Good morning. Bills training camp just over 2 weeks away, and then the lead up to that, running back James Cook was selected 89th overall in the NFL's top 100 team. Cook was also ranked 8th in the top 10, selected by NFL executives in a recent ESPN poll by Jeremy Fowler. Cook has yet to sign a new deal with the Bills as his rookie contract expires at the end of the upcoming season, but all signs point to him being in attendance at training camp in a few weeks. Wimbledon is on to the quarterfinals. The top player in the world, Jannik Sinner, advanced to the quarterfinals yesterday with a win along with number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic. Today, to start the quarterfinals, number 5 ranked Taylor Fritz gets things started off against number 17 ranked Karen Khachanov at 8 a.m. And then at 10 a.m., number 2 ranked Carlos Alcaraz takes on Cameron Norrie. Over in baseball, the Blue Jays stay red hot as they win their 9th game in a row, 8-4 over the Chicago White Sox last night. Also in action last night, the Guardians beat the Astros 7-5. The Yankees did not play last night, but the Tigers beat the Rays 5-1, and the Red Sox beat the Rockies 9-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
.602 is the time. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off. Nate is in today. Happy to have Nate along.
Good morning.
He's going on another golf trip this week.
Yeah.
What is this? Like 5 this year for you?
There's a couple. This is the month of golf for me.
July?
I got Pinehurst this week. I come home. I have a day in between, and then I have the member guest at my club until Saturday. Sunday morning, I leave to
for
go,
another golf trip.
Yes. Yeah.
Where is this one?
It's just It's just Cross Creek. It's just a little
down the road a little bit.
Little spot in past Erie, PA that my dad and his buddies have been going for like as long as I've been born. It's to me, you know, the course it's a little rinky dink. You know, it's. We've talked about this.
We've chatted about this. I've looked at it. It's like the best deal you can find for a getaway.
It's the best deal in golf. They have $2 domestics at the bar, a rotating shag carpet, crystal, what do they call those big chandeliers? Like a big crystal chandelier. Shag carpet that has a rotating bar, so it moves.
I see. Okay.
And I would say that I know a lot of people
that sounds
that
very, very 70s.
Oh, so my grandfather used to go, and and they would play a little golf, but mostly play dominoes.
Okay.
So that's how you know.
Mostly dominoes. Little golf. Mostly dominoes. More of a dominoes trip.
It was mostly a dominoes trip.
A dominoes trip.
Yeah. Which apparently was a thing. Dominoes.
Okay. I can't say I've ever played dominoes, like the game.
If there were dominoes in my hand, I was setting up some sort of elaborate knockdown situation.
Yeah. What percentage of dominoes use is the game, and what percentage is you set them up in a pattern to have them knock each other down one after the other? Because that's not the game.
No, it's not.
That's not the game.
I wonder that's probably on a sliding scale. 70s, I'd say 90% of people, maybe 100% of people that had dominoes were playing the game. And now I would say it's probably 90% the other way.
Okay. That we're doing it to knock it down.
Yeah.
Because that's when I had dominoes in elementary school.
Yeah.
That we never, ever, ever
Don't know what the game is.
I couldn't tell you how to play the game.
Don't know the game.
Right now.
Yeah.
Josh or Owen, do you guys know how to play the game of dominoes? Like the
Couldn't tell you
actual
how to
game?
play.
No?
I just know that there are
Nothing.
numbers on
Nobody.
the little dominoes.
4 young adults here, and none of us have a single. We couldn't do it. If we
But
had
you've all
our
set up
lives depended
dominoes
on
to
it.
fall, correct?
Oh, yeah.
100%. 100% of us polled have said dominoes is just the...
Because they have the dots on them.
They do.
Have the
numbers.
But that means nothing to us.
It's like dice. It's like flat dice.
But that means nothing to us.
No, not a thing.
Nothing at all.
Not a thing.
Okay.
I used to have like plastic ones that were just for setting up and knocking down.
Yeah. At
Yeah.
some point, they changed the materials. The old school ones were like heavy, and then they switched to plastic because they were like, okay, well, these kids, these damn kids, they don't care about the game, so let's give them something.
Right. Yeah, just something to do.
So yeah,
That's basically it.
Cross Creek before cards and dominoes.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of cigarettes would be my guess if it was the 70s.
It is funny. He's going to Pinehurst this week, and we spent time talking about the other golf course that he's going to in a couple of weeks. But he is going to Pinehurst.
Because that's the
This was
vibe
this guy.
place. There's 27 holes. We
Yeah.
go like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So there'll be nobody on the course. We'll play like 10-on-10 scrambles.
Love it. Love it.
Just absolute anarchy. But
Yeah.
Pinehurst will be sweet.
Yeah.
Pinehurst will be sweet.
So, and then we get to training camp in a couple of weeks. And
That's right.
I can't wait for that. That really is also, training camp every year is a combination for me personally of camp being back, football feeling like it is back. One, we're doing the show outside, which is always great.
Yes.
And then also the golf there is also incredible around the St. John Fisher area, around Rochester as well. And we're only a couple of weeks away from that. And I'm very excited for training camp. Although I don't really know, this might be the last time we do a show together until we get to camp. I don't know what the main storyline is right now that I would be excited for. Like, what is other than just they're back, everyone's back, football's back, like the single thing there's no real James Cook drama anymore.
Not really.
I don't think. He left the door. They talked a lot about James Cook on the afternoon show yesterday. Like, he slightly left the door cracked open when he showed up to minicamp and said, he wouldn't necessarily say what he would be doing at camp. He just said he would be at camp.
Yeah.
Maybe keeping the door open to a hold-in if there was no contract between minicamp and training camp. I don't think anybody expects there to be a contract between then and now.
I don't.
So does he hold in? Like, I guess that's possible, but I'm not really expecting that.
No, I'm not.
From James Cook.
I'm just kind of expecting there not to be really any drama around it whatsoever.
So what is it? What is the thing at camp that I should be looking forward to other than just camp is back?
Trubisky versus Mike White.
I guess that is a battle.
It's something. I'm not sure it's a battle. You know what I was thinking of the other day was Cole Bishop.
Okay.
He missed most of training camp last year with a shoulder injury.
Yeah.
And it put him behind the 8 ball to potentially having a route to being the day one starter in front of DeMar Hamlin. And now it kind of feels like he's penciled in ahead of Hamlin?
I think he has to be. And they had Derek Forrest in the offseason who started some games for Washington, but they would want Bishop to start.
They would.
No doubt they would want Bishop to show them at camp that, like, this isn't even a competition. Like, he is the starting safety.
Would that be the thing that you'd panic about the most in this team, is if he showed up to camp and looked like he did last year?
The thing I would...
Lost a little? Maybe that's dramatic, but I kind of felt...
Yeah, what's the thing I would panic about the most?
Would it be him not being good?
If it's not him...
Because they sort of need one of the, like, you know who Taylor Rapp is. He's fine. Like,
he's fine.
He doesn't kill you, and he's not a top 20 player at the position.
Last year, Pro Football Focus, he was, I think, the best rated tackling safety in the league, and also one of the worst coverage safeties in the league. So he gives you some things, and he leaves you, wanting in other areas.
I think they really need him to be good. Cole Bishop. They need Cole Bishop to be good. And they need him to be good right out of the gate where he's being talked about on that side because the position needs someone to step up and be a good player. And they need us, for God's sakes, they need a second-round pick to really come out and show out and be a player that they can look to and say, like, this is a building block. They got 2 more years of a second-round rookie contract and have, so you were talking about the show yesterday about them talking about James Cook. Well, I was listening when they had Jeremy Kahn on from Baltimore. And hearing him talk about and then kind of just mentioning out loud, like, how good that Ravens secondary is. All of them are first-round picks. All of them.
Yeah.
And
they have something like 9 first-round picks or something that are their projected startjust
that group in their defensive backfield is probably the best in football. So comparing it to them, I mean, whatever. I just think, like, I look at this defensive backfield and I say, it could be better than it was last year. How much better could it be? Because it kind of needs to be a lot better. And they focused almost all of their offseason resources on the defensive line. And then they added a bunch of 4th, 5th, 6th rounders to that defensive backfield, and obviously their first rounder, and Maxwell Hairston. But, like, they kind of need Hairston to be good right out of the gate.
I think the need for that is greater than a lot are giving credit for it, because
he needs to be good out of the gate.
This is where I would almost say Hairston showing up and being good right away is more important than Bishop doing it. Because if Bishop doesn't do it, safety is a position where I feel like I could get away with just being okay at the position. They kind of did it last year.
How long into training camp before, like, isn't there a free agent safety out there, like a good veteran? Is it Simmons?
I think he signed.
Did he? There's like
he was on the market at one point in time.
There is like one starting caliber level end of the career type guy that's still available, I'm pretty sure. Like how long into training? How long is it going to take for you to panic on their safety position?
He might actually be available.
Justin Simmons
was with Atlanta last year, and I don't see him. See him on a team at the moment.
So I'm sure
he's out there.
That's probably one of the more popular Facebook AI articles is the Bills being connected to him. But, like, I wonder how quickly you look at this defense and say, okay, well, you've got 2 guys, Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, that you can rely on. And Johnson has missed time, but I think you feel really good if, like, Cam Lewis has to step in. I think you feel fine. You've watched it before, and I thought he played well in place of Taron Johnson when he hurt his arm last year. Plus, you've got other pieces that you've drafted. Dorian Strong, Hancock, like they've got guys back there, like, worst case if Taron Johnson goes down. But, like, if Cole Bishop isn't good, that's a problem for them.
Is it a bigger problem than if Hairston shows up and isn't good?
I think,
because to me, if Hairston shows up and he's just not ready, he's getting bullied by Coleman or whoever at camp, and it becomes evident, like, he's going to have a little bit of an adjustment because he's smaller. And what are other offensive coordinators going to do? What is Andy Reid going to do when he sees Max Hairston across the field? He's going to try to get his biggest wide receiver matched up against him. That might be a poor example because I don't know if Kansas City has a big receiver that they can really threaten you with. But when you play Tampa, what's Tampa going to try to do? They're going to try to get Mike Evans on Maxwell Hairston. And if he looks like he's having a tough time with that, and it might keep him from being on the field, right now I would be more worried with their depth at corner. I know they've added a lot of bodies.
Their floor is much higher, I think, than it was last year.
At corner?
Yeah.
Because last year they're at Elam.
Elam.
And Elam is the next man up, and for that I would agree with you. Because you just couldn't trust him.
You couldn't trust him.
They couldn't trust
the
him
volatility there. It would be like, it's either an interception or he's giving up a touchdown or getting a penalty.
It's a different type of concern, I guess, than what Elam was. Elam was, I just don't know. I can't.
Can't trust him.
They couldn't trust him. They had to back him up 10 yards in the AFC Championship game, whereas I think they would trust Tre'Davious White and they would
Dane
trust
Jackson.
Dane Jackson, but I also would expect they would get cooked out there.
Yes.
By any reasonably good wide receiver.
Over the course of a game, yes. But I think down in, down out, you feel better and you feel like you're going to trust that they're going to be in the right position, whether they make the play, especially Dane Jackson. That sort of was his MO here, right? He'd be in position to make a play and wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
But at least you could trust that he's not going to blow a coverage.
Maybe that's right. I think Tre'Davious White is going to tug on the heartstrings a little bit because he's the first draft pick of Sean McDermott and he's an all-pro Bill. He's a Wall of Famer. If there's a Wall of Fame at the new stadium or Legends Park, whatever they're going to end up doing, like Tre'Davious White is in it. So he has that coming in, but what I saw last year when he was in LA especially, and then even to some extent when he was in Baltimore, is if he's on the field, you want better.
Yeah.
It's a problem if he's on the field. He is not as athletic as he was when he was with the Bills. Now, maybe I should give him camp to see, all right, torn Achilles is what he was coming back from.
And last year,
full year to recover,
right.
A full offseason now without rehabbing every single day. Maybe he could look a little bit different, but I'm skeptical that him at 30 years old is going to look drastically different than what you saw last year. And I think if you get any version of what Tre'Davious White was last year, I think he's going to be playing games for them, and it's going to look like, well, how much do the Bills know it? Because I do want to give them credit in this regard, too. If they see Tre'Davious White getting cooked out there in any isolated situation out on the field, what are they going to do? They're going to insulate him.
Yeah.
They're going to protect him. They're going to leave Christian Benford maybe a little bit more on an island than they normally would. And they will, they'll weight coverage to Tre'Davious White's side and make it, they'll make it look like he's actually performing well, even though he's getting more help than the other guy is.
Isn't this your best argument? I mean, maybe incidentally, that it might be more important for Cole Bishop to be the player that is good this year.
Because it's harder to do that with a safety.
But because then, at worst, if you go with Hairston, because you're like, this guy needs the reps, he needs to get in there, he's going to have to learn, trial by fire.
Yeah.
You need to feel like you've got a safety over the top that you can insulate him with. And the same as if he's not ready and Tre'Davious White or Dane Jackson has to play.
Yeah.
You need to feel like you've got a safety back there, at least one guy in coverage. We know that Taylor Rapp is not the coverage guy. Well, then Cole Bishop needs to be that. He was supposed to be coming out. He was the athletic profile, great res, can cover, can play in the box, can tackle, it's physical, can cover, can zone, doesn't matter. That player needs to be, to me, that might be the biggest storyline for me is how long is he a player that when you see the starters on defense, that he is a standout, that he's a player that's all over the field, that's making plays, tipping balls, making interceptions. To me, that will be the storyline for me because I think there's a ripple effect on who you feel comfortable with at corner. I think you can feel comfortable playing Maxwell Hairston in giving up some of the lows that you're going to get with a rookie, regardless if he was the number 1 pick or the number 31 pick. And to me, you can maybe mitigate those lows if you have somebody that can insulate him behind the scenes in coverage. And to me, right now, if it's not Bishop, I don't know that they've got somebody back there right now.
803-0550, if you have a thought on this. Kind of like if you could get one player on defense that isn't already this to stand out at training camp, who would you pick? A Bishop might be the most popular answer. I think Hairston would be right up there as well. Hairston, too, him fighting for that starting job, that will be one of the biggest storylines when we get to training camp. And you said kind of just throw him in trial by fire. I kind of do prefer they just do that.
Yeah.
That if it's close at all, you do just put him in because, I had this conversation yesterday about how important really is this regular season for the Bills. And I do think getting the 1 seed is important. Broke down yesterday, what the difference in your path to the Super Bowl has been over the last 5 years, whether you're the 1 seed or if you're the Bills. The Bills' path has been extremely difficult. They have had to play two of Kansas City, Baltimore, Cincinnati.
Yep.
Every year, their path has included two of those teams. The 1 seed has played the AFC South winner 3 years in a row, followed by one of those teams. So you have to only play one of them. So with that being said, the season is still mostly about January, mostly about what they look like when you get to the playoffs. And for Hairston, how much should I care if he is, getting picked on a little bit early on, going through some growing pains early on? If it's in the name of, well, this is good for his development by the time we get to end of the regular season, by the time we get to playoff time, he's more comfortable because we allowed him to grow through all of that. That is one thing I don't think is ever brought up about Kaiir Elam and how his development or how he just never turned into anything that they could use. And I think a lot of it just gets attributed to he wasn't a very good player, right? Like, he just wasn't a very good player. He didn't have great instincts for what they wanted.
And he immediately got outplayed by their 6th-round pick.
That's right.
Immediately.
They did not do that with him, though. There was no, he's going through some growing pains. Let's just throw him in.
Well, if you remember,
he played a little bit.
He had an injury. And it opened the door. Yeah, it opened the door for Christian Benford.
Okay, I don't remember.
And Christian Benford played the first couple of games of that season. And then basically it was, okay, well, Benford's just better.
Right, and that was maybe becoming a bit of a storyline.
Right away.
Like camp
right away, it was, who's this kid from Villanova?
Right. He did play, so Elam played in his first game as a Bill, that opener against the Rams. He did play 44% of the snaps. So they had him in a little bit, but that's not...
I think him and Benford both played in that game.
Yeah, Benford looks like played like every snap.
Yeah.
Benford was in there full time. Elam played a little less than half, so he would have been rotating in with somebody else.
That's 3 years ago?
That is 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his first game as a Bill, 2022. And that could be the Hairston plan, similarly, if...
Insulate him with Tre'Davious White. If Trey White plays 60%, he plays 40%.
Right. That's not a position where they typically would rotate, but maybe...
They've shown a willingness to...
Yeah.
The last time they brought in rookies.
And had a first-round pick that maybe they didn't fully trust yet.
Yep.
They still wanted to see him. They still wanted to get him game action. So he worked his way onto the field a little bit. Early in the season, by the way, Baltimore, Jets, Miami, New Orleans. What kind of test is that for rookie corner? The first 4 weeks. First month of the year. Baltimore's the quarterback.
They do.
But
they don't have the receiver. Zay Flowers is a nice player, but they're not shaking. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think Bobby Babich is like, what we got to do is make sure we stop Zay Flowers. No, everyone knows what the situation is.
You know what I do if I'm Baltimore and Maxwell Hairston's on the field, though? Even though
DeAndre Hopkins.
I was going to say, even though he's not the player he once was at all, I'm putting my veteran, big physical receiver against the rookie small corner.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting to get pretty good results if I'm the Ravens. The Jets with Garrett Wilson. The Dolphins, you would think that would be perfect for Hairston, right?
Yes, speed.
All they have is speed receivers, and that guy just runs fast. And then New Orleans, we'll have a guest about the Saints a little bit later on as we kind of work through the Bills' schedule. And the Saints have Olave, but nobody to get him the football. Shaheed, that's speed. See, the speed receivers are the guys I think I don't want to be worried about.
I think I agree with
Who's your big physical route-running receiver? If you don't have a guy like that, I feel a little more comfortable with Hairston being on the field. In that first month, Hopkins, but he's aged.
Yep.
And then Garrett Wilson, I think, would qualify to some extent.
I would agree
on that.
I also might say
that's about it.
You're going to get... So I kind of posed the question, how long will it take for the Bills or maybe just fans to panic a little bit about Cole Bishop during training camp if he just doesn't look the part?
Yeah.
Talk about trial by fire. You're getting... you're going to get tons of 12 personnel, 2 tight end packages. Isaiah Likely, one of the more athletic tight end profiles in the NFL. Mark Andrews, who's going to have an axe to grind in that game a little bit. Mm-hmm. You're going to need a safety that can match up against 12 personnel, both as a physical run defender, but as a downfield pass defender as well. That first game, I think you're going to learn a little bit about the secondary. Maybe not at the corner position, but what they've got at safety, that's going to be one right away they're going to get tested on.
803-0550 is the phone number. So the secondary, I guess, is where we're really looking at for training camp, which is 2 weeks from today, I believe, is report day for the players at St. John Fisher. James Cook has been both listed in the NFL's top 100 list, voted on by the players, and Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, does his series every year, top 10 at each position, as voted on by executives, players, scouts, I think, as well. And James Cook made that list as well. I wanted to get into a conversation today about how good do we really think James Cook is. And another way I think you could do this that I want to have some fun with today is compare him to his peers in Bills history. And how highly would you rank James Cook? How good is James Cook compared to other Bills running backs that we've seen in the past? Because they've had a lot of them. They've had a lot of really good running backs.
If they've had one thing over the course of the entirety of the organization, they've had running backs.
They've always had good running backs. Like, it probably would be the best position on the team all time, right?
All time?
It's not going to be quarterback. They've only had two great ones.
Would it be
no offense to Joe Ferguson.
Would it be the single position, and you'd have to look at offensive line singularly, left tackle, right guard, center, that kind of thing, not just offensive line in general? Is it the one position that they might have had the most Hall of Famers at?
Well, they only have two, right?
Yeah.
I think they have like 3 Hall of Fame guards.
Do they? Yeah.
Joe DeLamiere.
Right. Yeah.
No, maybe that's not 3. No, they've had good guards, I think, throughout their history.
Defensive ends, maybe.
Yeah, do they have
linebackers?
Do they have multiple Hall of Famers at any other position?
Wide receiver?
No, it's just Andre Reed.
Yeah.
I think you might actually have that. I think that might be the only position they have multiple Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
And there's a long list of other guys that are not in the Hall of Fame that work for this as well. So we'll get into that a little bit. If you want to call in at 803-0550, get to some hockey today and some tennis. Ed McGrogan is going to come up at 9 o'clock from Tennis Channel. He's also a huge Bills fan. We've talked Bills with him before, so we'll get his thoughts on the team a little bit, and also Wimbledon. The men's side has star power all over it, and the women's side had a couple of big names go down early, but there are still good storylines. I had a couple people tweeting at me yesterday, like there's good storylines on the women's side as well. So we'll get some Wimbledon in at 9 o'clock with some Bills, and your phone calls as well. Jody Biasi, Nate Geary, Jeremy's out today. This is WGR. I'm very excited for training camp, although I don't really know. You know, this might be the last time we do a show together until we get to camp. I don't know what the main storyline is right now that I would be excited for. Like, what is other than just they're back, everyone's back, football's back, like the single thing, there's no real James Cook drama anymore.
Not really.
I don't think. He left the door. They talked a lot about James Cook on the afternoon show yesterday. Like, he slightly left the door cracked open when he showed up to minicamp and said, you know, he wouldn't necessarily say what he would be doing at camp. He just said he would be at camp.
Yeah.
Maybe keeping the door open to a hold-in if there was no contract between minicamp and training camp. I don't think anybody expects there to be a contract between then and now.
I don't.
So, does he hold in? Like, I guess that's possible. But I'm not really expecting that.
No, I'm not.
From James Cook.
I'm just kind of expecting there not to be really any drama around it whatsoever.
So what is it? What is the thing at camp that I should be looking forward to other than just camp is back?
Trubisky versus Mike White.
I guess that is a battle.
It's something. I'm not sure it's a battle. You know what I was thinking of the other day was Cole Bishop.
Okay.
He missed most of training camp last year with a shoulder injury. And it put him behind the 8 ball to potentially having a route to being the day one starter in front of DeMar Hamlin. And now it kind of feels like he's penciled in ahead of Hamlin?
I think he has to be. And ahead of, they had Derek Forrest in the offseason who started some games for Washington. But they would want Bishop to start. There's just not this angst with me about their season. So, not really stressed, but there is absolutely one thing the Bills haven't done yet that I'd love to see them do, and I'm going to be all in on seeing them do. And I put a poll up on Twitter, and half of our voters out of 3 options are saying the same. Like, the reason that this regular season is important is I am all in on getting the 1 seed. Every year we talk about it. Every year we follow it during the season. Something to chase, right? But it's not yet happened for them. And I do think there is a huge advantage that comes with it. And if they are ever going to make the Super Bowl, I think we've seen time and time again, they fall on the road. Often at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. And I know there is also the one time where they did lose here. So, for me, like, depending on how important you see the 1 seed as, there's also how you see the benefit of it. And I think a lot of people immediately jump to, well, I get home field throughout the entirety of the playoffs. And that's great, especially in the final year of Highmark Stadium. To have home field throughout the playoffs in the final year at the stadium would be special. It would be great because it would set up the possibility of the final game in that stadium's history being an AFC championship where you win to go to the Super Bowl. Be an all-time day at that stadium. One that I wouldn't be able to rival.
Bills training camp just a few weeks away. Running back James Cook named 89th overall in the NFL's top 100 team yesterday. He was also ranked 8th in a top 10 vote by NFL executives in a recent ESPN poll from Jeremy Fowler. Cook still has to sign a new deal with the Bills as his rookie contract expires at the end of the upcoming season, but all signs point to him being in attendance at training camp in a few weeks. Wimbledon on to the quarterfinals. Jannik Sinner wins yesterday along with Novak Djokovic to move on to the quarterfinals. Today, number 5 ranked Taylor Fritz gets things started off against number 17 ranked Karen Khachanov at 8 a.m. And then at 10 a.m., number 2 ranked Carlos Alcaraz takes on Cameron Norrie. Some baseball scores from yesterday. The Blue Jays win their 9th game in a row, beating the Chicago White Sox 8-4. They now have a 3.5 game lead over the New York Yankees atop the AL East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So honestly, it really all starts with preparation. You know, I'm the type of player where I think like I have to catch like a receiver because when that ball's in the air, I'm going to adjust like a receiver and take it back to the house. And my mindset when I do get an interception is score, you know, like make it easy on the offense, you know, let them chill out a little longer. Go ahead, score. Go get you one.
Maxwell Hairston, who I would imagine is the fastest player on the Bills right now. He was the fastest player at the Combine. So it would be hard for him not to be, right?
I'd love to see him and James Cook in a race.
I think he would, no offense to James Cook.
You think he would dust him?
he would dust James Cook.
Really?
James Cook is fast, but James Cook, I don't want to just do this by 40 time. Would you guess James Cook is faster than he was at the Combine as a rookie? I actually might.
I think I might.
But he ran a 4.42? Is he 0.2 of a second faster?
Yeah, that's 2 steps faster.
Because Max Hairston ran
4.29?
4.28.
4.28.
So who's got that speed on the team? Even a depth player? Anybody? When Deontay Hardy was here a couple years ago, he might have had something close to that, right?
Yeah.
There's no one
Hardy?
else on. Yeah, there's no one else.
Daquan Hardy?
Oh, Daquan Hardy. Maybe. That's not bad. What do you think he ran?
Probably a 4.
They drafted
3-3.
him. Daquan Hardy, Bills punt returner and corner, ran a 4.38.
Even that. I mean, that's full 10th.
Brandon Codrington, maybe?
Codrington?
No, Codrington 4.55.
Wow. I would not have guessed
Way
that.
off on that one.
Yeah.
There's no receiver.
Nope.
There's no receiver that would even be close, right? I don't know that there is one.
Yeah, he might be the fastest.
Dorian Williams ran a 4.47.
That's crazy.
It really is, isn't it? Dorian Williams is a fast human being. No safety, no corner, no. Anyways, 803-0550 is the phone number. James Cook, I wanted to get to a little bit on him and how good we really think James Cook is. He was in the top 100 list. He's in the top 10 running backs in the league, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler's series that he's got with executives and scouts that are voting on this. James Cook through 3 years with the Bills. Here's a little instant trivia to get the gears grinding this morning. James Cook through 3 seasons with the Bills has 2,638 rushing yards. There are 6 Bills running backs that have had more in their first 3 seasons with the team, ever. Who are the 6?
OJ.
OJ did not.
Really?
OJ is 14th.
Wow.
All time.
Slow starter.
He was OJ with the Bills, and those that watched him would maybe remember this. His first 3 seasons, rushing totals: 697, 488, 742. Then he starts going crazy: 1,200, 2,000, 1,100, 1,800. First 3 years, there was like nothing.
Well, I think I got number 1. It's Travis Henry.
Travis Henry. I actually
number 1.
tweeted this out asking yesterday because that surprised me that all the great running backs, Hall of Fame running backs, the Bills have had in their history, if you just go, who had the most yards and the most touchdowns in their first 3 seasons with the team?
Travis Henry.
Travis Henry's the answer to both of those.
Yeah.
So Travis Henry's number 1.
He was a workhorse.
3,500 yards in his first 3 seasons.
I don't think it'll be Willis McGahee because he missed year 1.
That's a good question. Your stat head has him listed, but maybe they don't. They don't
count year 1?
They don't have 2003 listed for him. So that's an asterisk.
Technicality, yeah.
But I guess first 3 seasons played, he qualifies. 3,365 yards for McGahee. Marshawn is 30 yards behind James Cook in his first 3 seasons.
Okay.
I think part of that might be,
There was 2 other running backs here?
Did he not get suspended?
Yeah, plus there was Fred Jackson and C.J. Spiller here, too, within his first 3 years.
Yeah, Lynch in year 3. No, that's the suspension year might be the year after. He played 13 games, though, in his 3rd season, so he missed 4 for maybe injury. Maybe that was...
Is Fred Jackson on the list?
Fred Jackson is not on the list because he came out of NFL Europe right away, and it wasn't quite there. I'll give you a hint. You're missing another Hall of Famer.
Thurman.
Thurman is number 2, 3,400. You're missing 2 old-time Bills running backs, and then you're missing another running back that the Bills didn't draft. First 3 years with the team, not first 3 years of career. LaShawn McCoy, 3,300.
Cookie Gilchrist.
Cookie Gilchrist, 3,000. The other one I could probably just give you.
Okay.
Joe Cribbs.
Okay.
Joe Cribbs, 80 to 82,
eventually.
2,900 yards, just a little bit above James Cook. Did not mention on that list, no OJ.
Yep.
No Fred Jackson. No Josh Allen, by the way, but we're not for this conversation. That's different. No CJ Spiller. He only had 2,100.
Yeah, he just didn't get a lot of touches.
Right. So Cook comes in on that list at number 7.
Where's Sammy Morris on that list?
Sammy Morris is... Hold on, I'm at Zach Moss, and it's still not at Sammy Morris. I'm at Carlos Williams.
Nice.
Man, what? There's Ray Davis.
What a year Carlos Williams was.
Ray Davis had more yards in his rookie year than Sammy Morris had in his first 3 years with the Bills.
Was Carlos Williams... What year was Carlos Williams? Is that 14 or 15?
15.
That
Yeah,
was
15.
It was him and McCoy. It was the most electric I ever remember that running back room being.
He had 9 touchdowns for the Bills in his rookie season, Carlos Williams, and then never played again.
Never played. That was it.
Has anybody ever done that? Scored that many touchdowns in their one and only season in the NFL? Who has played just one season in the NFL and had more than 9 touchdowns? I bet you nobody in NFL
I don't
history.
think, I bet you he's probably the only one.
I'll try to find that. That might be tough to track down that record. Cook, though, on that list, right now, like, determining how good Cook is, where is he right now on an all-time Bills running back list? How good is he? Is he better? Who is he not? Who is he definitively not better than? We'll start there.
OJ.
He's not better
Thurman.
than OJ. He's not better than Thurman. That's 2.
Probably Shady McCoy.
You've got him being better than LaShawn McCoy?
No. I have LaShawn McCoy being better.
Okay. Is he better than Travis Henry?
I would say not. I mean, not by the numbers.
Henry in his first 3 years, most ever.
Yeah. I would say so. Those 4.
Henry is one of those guys where I'm young when he's playing, so I remember him being good, but I mean, I'm 9 years old when he's on the team. It's tough for me to remember how good he was considered.
Yeah.
Like league-wide, like he was a good Bills running back, but was Travis Henry ever thought of as like, oh, this guy's one of the better running backs in football?
The problem is he was in the era of running backs.
Yeah, Priest
Like,
Holmes and Jamal
right.
Lewis and
Like just great
Clinton
running backs.
Portis.
They
Yeah.
mattered.
Yep.
Like now it's kind of like there's 5 players and everyone else kind of doesn't matter.
Right. Which makes it easier for Cook to land 8th on a list like that.
Yeah.
So Henry, is he better than Fred Jackson? Would anybody put him above Fred Jackson on an all-time Bills list? No, right?
Yeah, but that's just because the vibes were.
That's
Fred
more
Jackson's the vibe guy.
He was great.
He was
for what?
3 years?
3. See, again, that's the thing with Cook. We're in this 3-year window
In the bubble,
and
yeah.
it probably ends up only being 4 years. I don't think there's a strong possibility right now that he's here past that. It still could happen. Is he better than CJ Spiller?
Yes. Definitively, I would say.
Definitively.
Yes.
Spiller had 1 monster season.
That's it.
And I will say that 1 monster season is as good as I've ever seen a Bills running back look.
Yes.
He had that year. That's 2012.
He averaged
for
over
Spiller.
5 yards a carry. I mean, it was.
He averaged 6 yards a carry.
Yes.
He averaged 6 yards a carry
Crazy.
for a whole season.
Yeah.
Spiller had starting 9 games, by the way, out of 16 because, Fred needed to have his turn. Spiller had 1,700 total yards and 8 touchdowns. So, but that's really only the one big year. He had 933 yards the year after that, 1,100 total. So, yeah, by the numbers and just by watching them, Cook is better. Cook's a more effective back, more consistent back, right? Spiller was just the one pop boom year where he looked like one of the best running backs in football.
It was speed.
He never looked like that otherwise.
Yeah, it was speed that this is the thing I'll say about James Cook is a lot of the criticism of Cook was he had a lot of the same issues that CJ Spiller had, which was the patience, finding the hole. Like it was just, okay, well, I'm going to get the hole, I'm going to break it to the outside and try to outrun people. And that was CJ Spiller. Even in the season he averaged 6 yards a carry, it was like, well, he's not an inside guy. That's what you'd have Fred Jackson on the field for, to run those inside plays. And you just wanted to try to get CJ Spiller in space. Their screen game was unbelievable with Chan Gailey and Ryan Fitzpatrick and using him that way. And I think the thing that's developed the most for James Cook is him as a patient runner, as being able to hit the holes, using his speed as a breakaway tool, not as his primary tool as a runner inside. He's one of the, I would say, more effective / inside runners in the league.
Yeah. Oh, totally. I think the vision that Cook has is one of the best in football.
Yes.
Is he better than Willis McGahee?
It's a hard question.
That's going to be his territory. I think really, to do the easy part first, I don't think it is debatable that he, at this point, is like a top 5 running back in Bills history. Even with 2 monster years, like some teams that would be true of.
Yeah.
Like not every team's got great running backs throughout their history, but he's not Thurman, OJ, and to be respectful, I think, to guys that played in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, I think Cookie Gilchrist and Joe Cribbs are above him.
Yeah.
Cookie Gilchrist especially.
It's hard if you want to look at it as who was the better player or who had the better stats. I mean, to me, Willis McGahee's probably the third best running back the Bills have ever had. He was one of the greatest college players ever. I mean, he was unbelievable in college before he blew his knee out.
Uh-huh.
And then came back.
But you said for the Bills.
I know. He's, in terms of talent.
That sounds, I'm not even saying you're wrong. Just hearing the phrase, I think Willis McGahee's the third best running back in Bills history sounds
the most
crazy.
Third most talented
Third most
running back.
talented?
Yeah.
Okay, that's different.
I think I agree. It's different, but.
Most talented. Why? Spiller is coming into my head for talented. That's just because he was fast, though, right?
It's because he was fast.
It's because he seemed like the most terrifying person to have with the ball in his hands ever.
Right,
but it never really came to fruition.
Jeremy and I were beating the drum of if we could add one player from the drought teams onto this one, it would have been before James Cook, it was Spiller.
Yeah, I remember those conversations. McGahee third.
Yeah, I think
anyone that watched Cookie Gilchrist will want to fight you.
Probably.
Over that for sure. Him above Cook, though, 1,100 yards, 1,200 yards, 990 yards. Those are his first 3 seasons, and only 3 seasons with the Bills. More yardage, more touchdowns. I will say, though, full yard lower on yards per carry. James Cook in years 1 through 3 with the Bills, 4.9 yards per carry. McGahee, 3.9, which is not necessarily very good. Where does Cook rank? How good is he on the all-time Bills running back list? It's a good list. I think you'd put him in the top 10, but even that's a crowded field. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Joe DiBiase and Nate Geary here on WGR.
I wonder how quickly you look at this defense and say, okay, well, you've got 2 guys, Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, that you can rely on. And Johnson has missed time, but I think you feel really good if, like, Cam Lewis has to step in. I think you feel fine. You've watched it before, and I thought he played well in place of Taron Johnson when he hurt his arm last year.
Yeah.
Plus, you've got other pieces that you've drafted. Dorian Strong, Hancock, like they've got guys back there, like worst case if Taron Johnson goes down. But like if Cole Bishop isn't good, that's a problem for them.
Is it a bigger problem than if Hairston shows up and isn't good?
I think
because to me, if Hairston shows up and he's just not ready, he's getting bullied by Coleman or whoever at camp, and it becomes evident like he's going to have a little bit of an adjustment because he's smaller.
Yep.
And what are other offensive coordinators going to do? What is Andy Reid going to do when he sees Max Hairston across the field? He's going to try to get his biggest wide receiver matched up against him. That might be a poor example because I don't know if Kansas City has a big receiver that they can really threaten you with. But when you play Tampa, what's Tampa going to try to do? They're going to try to get Mike Evans.
Yep.
On Maxwell Hairston. And if he looks like he's having a tough time with that, and it might keep him from being on the field, right now I would be more worried with their depth at corner. I know they've added a lot of bodies.
Their floor is much higher, I think, than it was last year.
At corner?
Yeah.
Because last year they're at Elam.
They're at Elam.
And Elam is the next man up. And for that, I would agree with you. Because you couldn't trust him.
You couldn't trust him.
They couldn't trust
the
him.
The volatility there, it would be like, it's
right.
either an interception or he's giving up a touchdown or getting a penalty.
I'm very excited for training camp. Although I don't really know, this might be the last time we do a show together until we get to camp. I don't know what the main storyline is right now that I would be excited for. Like, what is other than just they're back, everyone's back, football's back, the single thing, there's no real James Cook drama anymore.
Not really.
I don't think he left the door. They talked a lot about James Cook on the afternoon show yesterday. Like he slightly left the door cracked open when he showed up to minicamp and said, he wouldn't necessarily say what he would be doing at camp. He just said he would be at camp.
Yeah.
Maybe keeping the door open to a hold-in if there was no contract between minicamp and training camp. I don't think anybody expects there to be a contract between then and now.
I don't.
So does he hold in? Like, I guess that's possible, but I'm not really expecting that.
No, I'm not.
From James Cook.
I'm just kind of expecting there not to be really any drama around it whatsoever.
So what is it? What is the thing at camp that I should be looking forward to other than just camp is back?
Trubisky versus Mike White.
I guess that is a battle.
It's something. I'm not sure it's a battle. You know what I was thinking of the other day was Cole Bishop.
Okay.
He missed most of training camp last year with a shoulder injury.
Yeah.
And it put him behind the 8 ball to potentially having a route to being the day one starter in front of DeMar Hamlin. And now it kind of feels like he's penciled in ahead of Hamlin?
I think he has to be. And ahead of, they had Derek Forrest in the offseason who started some games for Washington, but they would want Bishop to start. All right, welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off at the Finger Lakes this week. Having a good time before training camp. Nate's going to Pinehurst later in the week. You've been to Pinehurst before, right?
I have.
This is your third time at Pinehurst?
Second time that I'll have played number 2.
I think the Pinehurst golf trip is the most common of the big golf trips,
Yeah.
I think a lot, not, how many people? I feel like I know a few people that have done it. Whereas, I don't know of a million people that have done Pebble or, maybe the Bethpage trip is a little bit more common than Pinehurst.
And it's close. Pinehurst, though, it's just because there's so many golf courses.
There's 10 of them, right?
Yeah, maybe 11 now.
Okay. And number 2 is obviously the one that everybody
crazy enough, I've been there twice
play.
already. I've never played the Cradle. I think we're playing twice. So
the Cradle? What is that? That's
it's the cool par 3 that you've been to the premises? Have you been to the property?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so you walk into the property and there is a 12 hole par 3 course that you play barefoot. And it's surrounded, it's like all within rock formations. And it's like there are rocking chairs set up. It's right next to the giant putting green that has an 18-hole putting course on it. It's it's probably the second coolest thing there other than number 2.
Okay. The North Carolina golf trip is
elite.
I
like it better than Myrtle.
And this year, if you are looking to do it, the Bills play in Carolina.
They do.
And that would be the time to do it. October 26th is elite golf season.
Yep.
Especially in North Carolina.
Especially down there.
Yeah.
Might be the best golf season.
That's the week after the bye week, by the way, for the Bills, is the Carolina game.
You can turn that into a 2-week trip.
I did see you really could.
Week and a half.
I talked to I was on a Charlotte radio station last week. They're doing the same thing. Like, we're going through the Panthers schedule, and I mentioned, I think a lot of Bills fans are going to want to go to that. And he said, well, yeah, there's a million transplants down here. He told me, though, ticket prices are up right now from where they've been in recent years because there's more hope about the Panthers right now than there ever has been. So if you're a Bills fan wanting to go to that game, maybe you wait until the Panthers lose 3 games
and then try to score some tickets
early on. But I will say their schedule. Very quickly? What's their record going to be going into that Bills game? They play Jacksonville, Arizona, Atlanta, New England, Miami, Dallas, and the Jets to start.
They got 3 wins. I think that'd be pretty good for them.
There's not a hard game in there. Those are all winnable.
Yeah.
Could they be 4-3?
That would probably
5-2.
I think 4-3, 5-2 is probably their best case scenario.
Best case, I would agree.
We'll see how good your Bryce Young is.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. But he did look a lot better.
A lot better.
803-0550 is the phone number. Where's James Cook rank on the all-time Bills running back list? I've got a couple of tweets. One from Joe Marino, who from Locked On Bills, who we have on Wednesdays, and he said there's one guy on that top 10 list that he definitively is better than, even if it's only maybe one. Get to that. We got a Saints guest coming up at 8 o'clock, Ross Jackson. We'll go through the Bills schedule. The Saints might be the biggest pushover on the Bills schedule, but that depends how good you think the quarterback is, Tyler Shuck. So we'll talk about that at 8. Time for your phone calls coming up next here on WGR.
I wonder how quickly you look at this defense and say, okay, well, you've got 2 guys, Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, that you can rely on. And Johnson has missed time, but I think you feel really good if, Cam Lewis has to step in. I think you feel fine. You've watched it before, and I thought he played well in place of Taron Johnson when he hurt his arm last year.
Yeah.
Plus, you've got other pieces that you've drafted. Dorian Strong, Hancock. They've got guys back there, worst case, if Taron Johnson goes down. But, if Cole Bishop isn't good, that's a problem for them.
Is it a bigger problem than if Hairston shows up and isn't good?
I think...
Because to me, if Hairston shows up and he's just not ready, he's getting bullied by Coleman or whoever at camp, and it becomes evident, he's going to have a little bit of an adjustment because he's smaller.
Yep.
And... What are other offensive coordinators going to do? What is Andy Reid going to do when he sees Max Hairston across the field? He's going to try to get his biggest wide receiver matched up against him. That might be a poor example because I don't know if Kansas City has a big receiver that they can really threaten you with. But when you play Tampa, what's Tampa going to try to do? They're going to try to get Mike Evans on Maxwell Hairston. And if he looks like he's having a tough time with that and it might keep him from being on the field, Right now, I would be more worried with their depth at corner. I know they've added a lot of bodies.
Their floor is much higher, I think, than it was last year.
At corner?
Yeah.
Because last year they're at Elam.
Elam.
And Elam is the next man up. And for that, I would agree with you. Because you just couldn't trust him.
You couldn't trust him.
They couldn't trust
the
him
volatility there, it would be it's either an interception or he's giving up a touchdown or getting a penalty.
There's just not this angst with me about their season. So, not really stressed, but there is absolutely one thing the Bills haven't done yet that I'd love to see them do, and I'm going to be all in on seeing them do. And I put a poll up on Twitter, and half of our voters out of 3 options are saying the same. The reason that this regular season is important is I am all in on getting the 1 seed. Every year we talk about it. Every year we follow it during the season. Something to chase, right? But it's not yet happened for them. And I do think there is a huge advantage that comes with it. And if they are ever going to make the Super Bowl, I think we've seen time and time again, they fall on the road. Often at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. And I know there is also the one time where they did lose here. So, for me, depending on how important you see the 1 seed as, there's also how you see the benefit of it. And I think a lot of people immediately jump to, well, I get home field throughout the entirety of the playoffs. And that's great, especially in the final year of Highmark Stadium. To have home field throughout the playoffs in the final year at the stadium would be special. It would be great because it would set up the possibility of the final game in that stadium's history being an AFC championship where you win to go to the Super Bowl. Be an all-time day at that stadium. One that I wouldn't be able to rival.
Good morning, Bills training camp just over 2 weeks away, and leading up to that, running back James Cook was selected 89th overall in the NFL's top 100 team. He was also ranked 8th in the top 10 by NFL executives in running backs in a recent ESPN poll from Jeremy Fowler. Cook has yet to sign a new deal with the Bills as his rookie contract expires at the end of the upcoming season, but all signs point to Cook being in attendance at training camp in a few weeks. Wimbledon is on to the quarterfinals this morning. Yesterday, top-ranked player in the world Jannik Sinner advanced to the quarterfinals with a win, along with number 6-ranked Novak Djokovic. Starting up this morning today, number 5 Taylor Fritz gets things going against number 17-ranked Karen Khachanov at 8 a.m. And then at 10 a.m., number 2-ranked Carlos Alcaraz takes on Cameron Norrie. The Blue Jays stay red hot, winning their 9th game in a row, beating the Chicago White Sox 8-4 last night. The Blue Jays now have a 3.5-game lead over the New York Yankees atop the AL East. Elsewhere in action last night, the Boston Red Sox beat the Colorado Rockies 9-3, giving the Rockies their 70th loss of the season. And the Cleveland Guardians beat the Houston Astros 7-5. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Cook keeps us out of trouble. Let's say if the block is not finished to the T, Cook understands that he just got to just get a little bit more scoot to get away. He might not look like he's moving as fast as he's moving, but he's moving extremely fast. And I mean extremely fast. He is just very elusively fast that you're just like, oh, he really is moving that fast. His feet start going, and all of a sudden you see him separate from a defender. you're like, wow, the separation and speed is there. And then he just drifts away.
Deion Dawkins. What was Dawkins on? He was on NFL Films. He's everywhere.
Yes, he is.
He is on a quest, I believe, to become the most famous offensive lineman in the NFL. The new Jason Kelce. He's on Cowherd.
Yeah.
Like regularly. He's on Good Morning America. He's at the X Games. He just likes to hang out.
He does like to chill.
And he's now backed it up with, I don't want to say now, like he was a bad player at any point in time, but he's now, I think, widely considered one of the best left tackles in football. And maybe before he was more like, he's good.
Yes, he's good.
But now he's one of the best. And there he's talking about James Cook, who, got a couple of tweets and texts about how good James Cook is all-time Bills running back list. They've had a lot of good running backs. One thing I am realizing looking at this list. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Looks like it's a nice day out-ish. I don't know. Supposed to rain today?
Yeah,
I didn't think it was supposed to, but Cook is not a bell cow like a lot of these other guys are. Almost every running back that we mentioned, whether that is Thurman or, of course, OJ, Cookie Gilchrist, Joe Cribbs, Travis Henry, LaShawn McCoy, Fred Jackson, McGahee, Marshawn Lynch, all those guys are bell cows. And Cook, like, this is part of the contract discussion with him, is he's just not on the field all the time. He plays less than half the snaps. He is more a part of a committee than he is the guy. Which is why I think there is a hesitation from many, including maybe the Bills, from just paying him the same way that, didn't every guy on this list? No, I guess not every. Lynch didn't get paid by the Bills. McGahee didn't get paid by the Bills, but he just wanted out, right? Who else? Travis Henry didn't make it to his second contract. I guess maybe that's more common looking back through Bills history, but there is a difference there. Of those guys did not come off the field.
That's right.
The way Cook does.
Travis Henry never came off the field.
Not that I remember. I don't think McGahee ever came off the field, did he?
Not much.
Unless those two overlap for a year.
Maybe a year.
So maybe if there was overlap there. 04 is the start for McGahee because he's drafted in 2003.
Yep.
And Travis Henry's last year for the Bills was in 2004. So they had one year
of crossover.
1 year of crossover. So for that year, they couldn't both be on the field all the time. And that's kind of like, Lynch was the same thing. Lynch was overlap with Fred Jackson and then even with Spiller a little bit. So sure, he would have had a season where he came off the field. Cook's coming off the field. I think Ty Johnson's a good player. I think Ray Davis is a good player. That's not why Cook's coming off the field, though, right? Like, those guys are not so good. It's undeniable. You can't take them off. They're out there because Cook can't do certain things. And they can do them, but it's not Ty Johnson's just having, a 5-game stretch where it's undeniable he's like amazing and you got to put him out there on the field the same way, some of these other guys overlap.
I do think there's there's more of that with Ty Johnson than Ray Davis, and maybe that changes here. Maybe Ray Davis forces your hand for him to be on the field a little bit more. I thought when Ty Johnson was on the field last year, he was a big play threat in the pass game.
Yeah. Yeah. The Lions game was a game. It's one of the best running back receiving games I've ever seen a Bill have.
Yeah.
Over 100 yards.
Down the field.
Big plays multiple times. It wasn't just like the one, he wasn't 1 for 89 and a touchdown. Like, he caught like 6 balls in that game, give or take. And he was a threat. He was a real threat. So, he does have a skill set that Cook does not have, which I think it's the pass blocking. And that allows him to be out there when he's cutting
on third down
catching the football. But that's a big reason why I think right now I would not bet that Cook is going to get a big contract like a lot of these other guys did. Just don't think it's coming.
Yeah, I do think, though, he probably is. And I know Josh mentioned us that Bill Barnwell came out with a list of, like, the top playmakers, offensive group playmakers in the league. I would probably argue he's the best playmaker on their offense.
in terms of when he's got the ball in his hands,
It's him
who's
and Shakir.
making something happen?
It's him and Shakir.
I would give that to Shakir.
You would give it to Shakir over Cook.
I would give that to Shakir over Cook, personally. But Cook might be the next guy. I'm not counting Josh for this.
No, you're not counting Josh. Skilled position, like playmakers.
All right.
I think I still have Cook over Shakir. It's close, though.
Yeah.
It's close.
I still wonder. I don't know how good he really is.
James
I think
Cook?
it's a good question because the league thinks he's good. The league thinks he's a top 100 player
Isn't it
and
the
top
most
10 in his
important
position.
thing, though, is how the league perceives him? Is it more important for how they view him or how the Bills view him?
It's a good question.
And how much different are those two?
Well, if the Bills, it depends what the Bills really want here. Do they want an extension? And do they want?
I'm sure the Bills would like an extension
at a reasonable price.
Sure.
Like, would they be offering $10 million right now? Would they really like the idea of him coming back to the Bills on a long-term deal where it really shakes out for him getting like $10 million a year?
I wonder if they view him almost the same way they viewed Gabe.
That's because that to me is you're not really prioritizing bringing the guy back. You might have a price.
You have a number in mind.
Yeah.
But he's probably going to get overpaid.
And that was proven true though by Gabe that he had interest. He had a market. He had a market around the league, and he had a team that was from his hometown also, or nearby, that was willing to give him that payday. So that was tough to compete with. $13 million for a receiver like Gabe Davis.
Right.
I wonder what Cook will find if he makes it to the open market. Will he definitely find a team? Say he has a season similar to what he just had last year, but he doesn't have 16 touchdowns. Maybe he has 10. So still a really good year. 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. Is he going to have a team out there that is willing to give him $15, $16 million a year? Or is the league going to do what the Bills are doing, which is, you're really good, but I need another running back if you're my guy, because you're only playing 47% of the snaps. And I wonder how much damage it would do for his reputation on the marketplace. Not for these lists or whatever, but on the marketplace for... The other thing is, you're not on the field for my most important plays of the season.
But does a team look at him and say, we want to play you more?
And
we think you have more.
And for that, you've got to get better at protecting the quarterback? Or would a team just say, I don't even care about that?
I'm trying to think of who's a team that would do this? Who is a team that would pay him $15 million?
The Jets. But they have a running back.
They have running backs.
And they have to pay Hall, so they wouldn't do that. Who's a team? I mean, the Bears come up a lot because Ben Johnson's there now, and do they want to do does he want to recreate Gibbs and Montgomery in the Chicago backfield? And he could Cook for the Gibbs role, kind of. If it's not Chicago, who's a team that often you see this? The Raiders just drafted Genty. You need a team like that. You need an old school mentality. Denver's not bad.
They might say, right, we got a young player at quarterback, and this is our time to spend.
And they have a coach that's very good at getting running backs involved in the pass game, and that was what he did with Kamara for years, and before that, Reggie Bush. So, the Broncos make some sense, for sure. Rookie quarterback contract for Bo Nix.
Tennessee.
Yeah. So you would expect he would find $15 million a year.
I think there will be a team willing to do it.
Somebody would do it.
I think somebody would. So,
I think that then means
here's my question.
This is James Cook's last year with the Bills.
I think so. And let me ask you this question. How much more valuable, how much more money is Jahmyr Gibbs worth?
Than Cook? This is where I love Gibbs, and I would pay him
what he wanted. Which is probably going to be 17-18, right?
That's right. This is where I would probably never be the GM that would actually ever end up signing the running back, because I would say, I don't want to give Cook 15, but I think I'd be really tempted to give Gibbs 15, but Gibbs isn't getting 15. Gibbs is getting 19.
I think there's a really good chance that James Cook is gone and one of Breece Hall and or Travis Etienne is your fast running back next
Well,
year.
I think those are two very different. I think ETN might be a little bit cooked.
Yeah.
Whereas Hall, I want to bet is he's the guy.
Aren't they the same age? Well, maybe not same age, same draft year. One draft year apart.
No, one draft apart. I think ETN was a year early. The difference between like a Breece Hall and a James Cook right now is Cook has the production with a little bit of a limited skill set, whereas Hall, I feel like, has got all the tools in the tool bag for a running back. He
just plays for the Jets.
He's built. He is fast. He is electric. I mean, he's made, even
He's
when
killed
injured,
the Bills.
right? When injured,
Killed.
he's made big plays against the Bills.
Killed the Bills.
He's got, like, game-breaking, best running back in the league potential. And I think Cook could be one of the best running backs in football, but I would stop short of ever considering James Cook is capable of being, he is the best running back in the NFL. And that's fine, by the way.
Aren't the Jets going to do
could
pretty
be the
much
best running back in the NFL?
Aren't the Jets going to pretty much do whatever it takes to make sure he's not like they're going to treat him like James Cook. So they got Allen, they've got Braylon Allen, who they like a lot, and they have another running back too, I think.
Yeah, Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis.
Yes, Isaiah Davis. Yes.
Yeah. So,
and they're going to go committee. 100% they are.
Like, that is one where I don't know what the Jets' plans are for Breece Hall.
And I'll say this, is their previous coach took pot shots at him in the media, and then their new coach was kind of like, yeah, he's good, but...
Hall?
Yeah. But we're going to have a committee.
Yeah, he's somebody, I think, with greater ability than they're giving credit for.
Probably.
803-0550 is the phone number. Dennis in Williamsville. Josh, you want to pop him up for me? Dennis in Williamsville's first up. What's up?
Hey, guys. I think one of the things that you have to remember with this conversation is, he's been given opportunities to play on third down, and when he's out there and he's tasked with pass blocking, he gets absolutely steamrolled, and that is a huge reason why he plays 46% of the snaps, I think, or 48, whatever. I know it's something like that. I mean, those guys that get paid top dollar, it's not like, he's carrying the ball for that skill set. He's scoring touchdowns for that skill set, but that skill set is part of why these guys do get paid. They have to be able to perform all the aspects of their position, and James Cook can be a good pass-catching back, but he's proven that he will drop the ball a lot. So even if he's on the field on third down and he's used to be a pass catcher, he's shown a lot of drops in his career, and he literally can't pass block. So I don't know, to pay him as a top 5 running back or something in the league, I think he's given the opportunity. I know he says he wants to play more, but he's been given some of that opportunity, and he has never really shown that he could do it. So that's my take on paying him. I don't think he's worth it. I think he's a good player. He's actually very dynamic for the skill set that he does have. I just think you can't rely on him all the time, and that's the problem.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis, for the call. The one area I will defend him on is, you mentioned, like, he's proven that he will drop the ball. He had the one season
2 years ago.
He's only had 3 years, but yeah, 2 years ago,
he had a couple of bad drops.
It was one of the worst drops seasons anyone's ever had by, like, expected points lost or whatever. But that's because where they were.
Yes,
he had a lot of drops
that would be touchdowns.
They were walk-in touchdowns that he would have had. So he did do that, and he also added 4 fumbles along with those drops 2 years ago. But you do have to give him credit. I don't think he really came a long way in pass blocking. Maybe he got marginally better at that last year, but I feel like he got substantially better at preventing the negative plays. 2 years ago, he had 6 drops and 4 fumbles. It's like 10 real, true negative plays. And last year, 2 drops, 1 fumble. 10-3 on drops plus fumbles. Like, that's a good job. That's a good job.
That's a big change year to year. I'll say I think his problems pass blocking are a little overblown.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
You think
recall.
it's more just there's another guy on the team that's really good at it, and that's more of it?
Just from Dennis's perspective, talking about him being like really bad at it, I don't really have any examples I can think of him getting blown up.
Well, that's in part because they don't really have him out there very often in those situations, right?
Yeah, the
Bills don't appear. It's one of two things. The Bills either don't appear to trust him in those situations, or
I just think
maybe
that
they do, and they think
Ty Johnson it's
not worth it.
It's one of his strengths, Ty Johnson.
And if Cook is already a smaller back that you're trying to maybe limit the wear and tear on, and this guy over here is like great at it.
Yep.
I don't think that's a total defense of why they don't ask him to do it,
Agreed.
but it could be a reason why it's 48% and not 60%.
Yes, I'm not here to tell you that I think he's like a good pass blocker on third down, James Cook, but I also think that probably gets overplayed a little bit. It's a little dramatic, I think, to say that he's out there and he gets blown up and you can't function as an offense when he's out there in third down. I don't think that's true.
Does it matter though, I guess, for this, even like what the reason is why he plays less than half the snaps? Because are we all in agreement that's the biggest reason why they wouldn't pay him? Like for me, it's different. For me, it's just I would not want to pay a running back like that. On a team like this with a giant quarterback contract, like I would want to save that money and use it on something else.
Let me ask you this, though.
I don't think that's why the Bills wouldn't do it. I think the Bills or any other team might be hesitant. For them, it would be more about what role are you really playing for me? If it's not a full-time bell cow role, are you really worth the money that guys like Derrick Henry are getting?
I think the question that everyone has to ask themselves about whether they're going to pay James Cook or not is if they don't and he walks in free agency, what are they going to need to do? Spend a first or a second and or go spend money on a good running back. Because you're not going to be the team that doesn't have a good running back when you are one of the best offenses in the league. Because what have all the best offenses in the league done? Kind of went out and paid a running back.
Yeah.
Or have multiple running backs. Like Detroit, they spent not a ton of money on Montgomery, but a decent amount, and then followed up in the same year drafting Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round. The Eagles, they were a good team with a good offense that decided the last missing piece was an elite running back. San Francisco, their last missing piece was an elite running back. So you're not going to be the team with Josh Allen and be one of the best scoring offenses in the league over the last 4 seasons. Get rid of your best running back and say, well, we're going to go with Ty Johnson and Ray Davis, and then we'll draft a guy in the 5th round, and we'll see how it goes. I don't think that's because you know what you're going to do the next year in 2027? We're drafting one in the 1st round, or we're going to go pay somebody. So the question is, are you going to have a better option to pay or go? Are you going to get a better deal on James Cook at $14 million than you would on a first-round running back in 2026? Or Breece Hall at $10 million, $9 million.
Jonathan Taylor might be available in a year. Like that is a bigger idea, right? That is not only
so you're going to get an older running back,
and older by a little bit,
and gets injured more. Misses more games.
Aren't you getting better, though?
Maybe.
This, again, is part of how good is... Taylor, by the way, is 1 year older than Cook. But as you point out, much more...
Way more miles.
More miles.
That's also got to be a part of your conversation with James Cook. Limited miles. You're buying a used car?
Going
you use
back
the
to
one
college.
you're going to go and overspend in a vehicle that's got 100,000 miles or one that's got 30.
Right. And if you go back to college, it was hardly, You bought the car from, an older woman who
you got a Florida
took
car.
the car to church back and
You got
forth.
a Florida car.
Yeah. That's basically what
Literally,
you drafted.
you got a Florida car.
Right. When he showed up, he had barely any mileage on the... It wasn't... What would Derrick Henry have at Alabama? Like,
oh my God.
Like the 2,000 carries
at
Alabama? Cook had like nothing.
He had like 400 carries in college and had had 300 in high school.
This is where, though... If you're bringing up the mileage conversation even, well, now he's starting to build some up, and he's on a smaller frame. So it's, do I want to quit while I'm ahead? And this is where you say, let him go somewhere else for big money. I'm not going to do the Jonathan Taylor idea. I'm not going to do the Breece Hall idea, but I'm going to draft a guy who's fresh and new and young and cheap, and I'm going to pair him with Ray Davis and Ty Johnson. And what am I going to be on offense? I'm probably going to be great. Probably going to be awesome. And I could use that money on, my defensive end when Joey Bosa's gone in a year.
More defensive ends? Okay.
Well, of course, right?
Sure. More defensive
it's inevitable.
Ends. Yes, more defensive
It's inevitable. Every year they're gonna sign a new defensive end. Yeah. If Bosa doesn't work out. 8030550 is the phone number. Joe Marino wrote in on our question on Twitter about where Cook should rank all time in Bills history at the position. A lot of these guys only have like 3 seasons, so he's kind of already there for that. And Joe said definitely better than Spiller. I'm convinced that wasn't actually C.J. Spiller that season. He was possessed. It was a Brady Anderson type year. It was a very different season than he had at any other
point of his career.
Possessed is a good way to frame what Spiller was for that 1 year. He was possessed the whole year long. 8030550 is the phone number. If you've got a thought on that, we got a Saints guest coming up at 8 o'clock. The Blue Jays, by the way, are like a wagon.
On a heater.
Hour and a half north, 2 hours north. On a 8-9 game win streak after coming back to beat the White Sox yesterday. So that's been a very good story in the sports in the sports world too. Time out here. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Jeremy today, and this is WGR. Cook, though, on that list right now, like determining how good Cook is, where is he right now on an all-time Bills running back list? How good is he? Is he better? Who is he not? Who is he definitively not better than?
OJ.
He's not better
Thurman.
than OJ. He's not better than Thurman. That's 2.
Probably Shady McCoy.
You've got him being better than LaShawn McCoy?
No, I have LaShawn McCoy being better.
Okay. Is he better than Travis Henry?
I would say not. I mean, not by the numbers.
Henry in his first 3 years, most ever.
Yeah, I would say so. Those 4.
Henry is one of those guys where I'm young when he's playing, so I remember him being good, but I'm 9 years old when he's on the team. It's tough for me to remember how good he was considered.
Yeah.
Like league-wide, like he was a good Bills running back, but was Travis Henry ever thought of as like, oh, this guy's one of the better running backs in football?
The problem is he was in the era of running backs.
Yeah, Priest Holmes and Jamal Lewis and
like just great
Clayton
running backs.
Portis.
They mattered.
Yep.
Like now it's kind of like there's 5 players and everyone else kind of doesn't matter.
Right. Which makes it easier for Cook to land 8th on a list like that.
Yeah.
So Henry, is he better than Fred Jackson? Would anybody put him above Fred Jackson on an all-time Bills list? No, right?
Yeah, but that's just because the vibes were...
Fred
Jackson's the vibe guy.
Mm-hmm. He was great for, what,
3 years?
3. See, again, that's the thing with Cook. We're in this 3-year window.
In the bubble.
And it probably ends up only being 4 years. I don't think there's a strong possibility right now that he's here past that. It still could happen. Is he better than C.J. Spiller?
Yes. Definitively, I would say.
Definitively?
Yes.
Spiller had 1 monster season.
That's it.
And I will say, that 1 monster season is as good as I've ever seen a Bills running back.
Yes.
He had that year. That's 2012.
He averaged over 5 yards a carry. I mean, it was...
He averaged 6 yards a carry.
Yes.
He averaged 6 yards a carry for a whole season.
I wonder how quickly you look at this defense and say, okay, well, you've got 2 guys, Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, that you can rely on. And Johnson has missed time, but I think you feel really good if, like, Cam Lewis has to step in. I think you feel fine. You've watched it before, and I thought he played well in place of Taron Johnson when he hurt his arm last year.
Yeah.
Plus, you've got other pieces that you've drafted. Dorian Strong, Hancock. Like, they've got guys back there, like, worst case, if Taron Johnson goes down. But, like, if Cole Bishop isn't good, that's a problem for them.
Is it a bigger problem than if Hairston shows up and isn't good?
I think
Because to me, if Hairston shows up and he's just not ready, he's getting bullied by Coleman or whoever at camp, and it becomes evident like he's going to have a little bit of an adjustment because he's smaller.
Yep.
And what are other offensive coordinators going to do? What is Andy Reid going to do when he sees Max Hairston across the field? He's going to try to get his biggest wide receiver matched up against him. That might be a poor example because I don't know if Kansas City has a big receiver that they can really threaten you with. But when you play Tampa, what's Tampa going to try to do? They're going to try to get Mike Evans on Maxwell Hairston. And if he looks like he's having a tough time with that, and it might keep him from being on the field, right now, I would be more worried with their depth at corner. I know they've added a lot of bodies.
Their floor is much higher, I think, than it was last year.
At corner?
Yeah.
Because last year they're at Elam.
They're at Elam.
And Elam is the next man up. And for that, I would agree with you. Because you couldn't trust him.
You couldn't trust him.
They couldn't trust
the
him
volatility there, it would be like, it's either an interception or he's giving up a touchdown or getting a penalty.
Bills training camp just over 2 weeks away. James Cook announced yesterday as the 89th overall player in the NFL's top 100 team. He was also ranked 8th in the top 10 running backs by NFL executives in a recent ESPN poll from Jeremy Fowler. Cook has still yet to sign a new deal with the Bills as his rookie contract expires at the end of the upcoming season. All signs point to him being in attendance at training camp in a few weeks. Wimbledon on to the quarterfinals. Number 5 ranked Taylor Fritz gets things started today, facing off against number 17 ranked Karen Khachanov at 8 a.m. And then at 10 a.m., number 2 ranked Carlos Alcaraz takes on Cameron Norrie. Some baseball scores from last night. The Blue Jays win their 9th game in a row, beating the Chicago White Sox 8-4. The Red Sox beat the Rockies 9-3, and the Guardians beat the Houston Astros 7-5. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So up 3-1, a leadoff double here in the 6th, and here's Addison Barger 0 for 2. And Barger hits a fly ball to deep right field, and this one is gone. Their 3rd home run of the game. Number 12 on the season for Addison Barger. It is 5-1.
He's tied for 2nd on the team, even though this is just his 67th game.
Who's that again? Addison Barger, the Blue Jays win again last night. 9 in a row for the Jays. They still have first place in the AL East and are building on it.
Saw a graphic. They were 3rd in May, 3rd in the AL East, and 6 games back.
I think 8 games back.
8 games back, and now they have a 3-game lead in the AL East.
Yeah, over the Yankees.
Who
really,
have not
really
been
cool.
playing well, the Yankees.
No, they had a long losing streak going until they won the other night. Judge had a walk-off. So
I think I saw a tweet from Sal Mariana of the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle.
Yep.
Where I was like, I know the anger behind that tweet. Like, it was like, sell the team, fire everybody. And I'm like, no, it's just like a Tuesday night from October to April for Sabres fans.
Yep. Yeah. Where are you at on them?
I don't care.
I mean, we're still waiting for the move that was supposed to be like their number one move of the offseason,
really.
right?
I mean,
we're just waiting for a Byram trade. That's now until the start of the season?
Yeah, I guess.
Or until whenever they actually end up making it.
But kind of waited too long and probably won't get the same value they would have got for him like a month ago.
Yeah. When you say that, was there anything they could have done that would have got you really bought in?
Overpaid for somebody.
Or is
like
it
grossly overpaid for somebody.
Okay. Like if they'd signed Nikolai Ehlers $10 million a year.
Whatever.
You would have been in?
Yep.
In on the season, not just on the signing. Like,
fine.
Because I do think there's a growing crowd of it doesn't matter what they do, I will believe it when I actually start seeing them stack some wins.
Want to know why there's a growing crowd of that? Because they don't ever try.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're getting mad about fantasy. We're getting mad about potential moves and using that as an excuse when in reality, they don't make any moves. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, the J.J. Paterka trade, I get it, but to me, you traded the best. You got rid of the best player in the trade.
Of course they did.
I think maybe Doan will be a nice third line player for them, and Kesselring will be a great second pair defenseman, and maybe even elevate Owen Power next to him. I don't know, but I can tell you that if there's no way this was the plan that they sold Rasmus Dahlin on.
No,
there's no way.
No, I can't imagine that they. When the season ended in April, that they thought their offseason would consist of Paterka out and
Justin
Danforth. Byram not out. And their five biggest acquisitions being two from Kesselring, Doan, Alex Lyon, and Justin Danforth.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Like that's not
it's
really.
It's not a serious.
It's tinkering. It's not a real offseason from a team that would be desperate to win.
It's moves made by a team that is just that has a great roster and is just tinkering. They just don't make moves. They don't make big moves.
Or they are moves by a GM that either can't or doesn't know how to make big moves like that.
Yeah.
And it could be the former. It could be can't. But
don't you want to feel like he's
can't
trying?
Totally be can't.
To me, it's why aren't they? I want to feel like I see them get rejected in. I want the Sabres offered Ehlers $10 million, and he said no.
I know. That's where I'm not sure everybody agrees with that, but I do. I believe, like when they,
I would give them more benefit of the doubt if it was like, well, they were in on 4 free agents. They offered the most money by $2.5 million, and players just won't go there.
Like when I see that the Sabres were trying to spin Paterka into Noah Dobson of the Islanders, who got Norris votes 2 years ago and just got a $9.5 million contract from Montreal. Like, when I see the Sabres wanted that guy and he told them no, I think good on them for trying.
Yes.
Good on them for going for the big idea and not just going immediately for, I'll take your third pair defenseman, then we're going to put in a bigger role. That's where they end up. So I guess at some point, that's what matters, right? But I want to believe they're at least trying to make these impactful moves. And other than like that Dobson rumor, like, you haven't seen anything. I don't know. Did they call on Ehlers? Did they try? Did they offer him something? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say it.
It's weird that I feel like I really would feel better if they were just in the public doing whatever they could, willing to overpay by $2-3 million.
Yeah.
And guys just saying no, like it's just we're not interested.
Like you do see that from other teams.
Yeah.
Like when Paterka gets dealt, I've seen maybe 4 different reports from other markets about, hey, our team did try.
We wanted them.
Michael Russo from Minnesota.
Yep.
He tweeted out, whatever, that Bill Guerin, the Wild GM, had offered Marco Rossi.
Yep.
And that was a part of his package that he wanted Paterka. There was a Friedman quote about the Leafs being in on Paterka, and the other teams have tried. So, like, you see other teams put in the effort, and then you learn about that. I think that is good PR for where the Sabres are at.
They need something.
Failing again and again and again and again is not also a great look, but I think it's a worse look
to not try.
To not swing at all.
Yeah.
And that is, I think, their reputation. I think their fans believe, Sabre fans believe, that their team isn't even trying to make these big, impactful moves.
And maybe they are.
I think that's worse.
And maybe they are. And we just don't ever hear about it. But then how come we hear about other people trying?
Well, we heard about the Dobson one, so maybe were they ready to make a pitch to Marner
and have another?
Not even to get him. Did they have a pitch ready? Were they going to have a meeting?
Slideshow?
If they could get to it, was there going to be a meeting, or did they just never call? Never call the agent.
I would bet they probably never called. That one but even so, like, be the team that offers 14. I don't know.
16, the 17.
Yeah, right.
Do something desperate.
Dramatic and desperate.
Do something desperate. Yeah.
Because
do something Darcy has become do something desperate.
The alternative is what they've just been doing, which is not getting them anywhere.
No. I mean, listen, I still will continue to say that the year they make it, I got to this point with the Bills and said this about the Bills. I believed at some point in the drought, I resigned myself to with the Bills. The year they make it, we're not going to expect it. They're going to make it one of these years, and it's going to feel like they got lucky here, they got lucky there, and they squeaked in when nobody saw it coming. And that is exactly how that played out. That team that made the playoffs for the Bills was not necessarily good.
No.
Negative point differential. They had a lot of turnovers, right? So they got some breaks to go their way. Obviously, the Tyler Boyd play is a break to go their way. And they made it, and no one was expecting it. People thought they were going to tank that year. That's probably going to be the Sabres' existence, too. The year they make it, it's going to be, they're expected to be like 24th in the NHL, and they get a hot goalie and a hot power play, and bang, bang, there they are. They're in. Just like that. And no one saw it coming. That's the best I can do, though. And that's not a great place, though, to be with your team where it's throw your hands up and go, well, one of these years they got to get lucky.
And isn't it a little bit too, at least for me, this is the case. It just feels like they're trying to build a team to win, to break into a wild card spot. They're not building a team that is going to, hey, that's a pesky team. They're going to get in. They might make some damage. They might win a round. Could they do enough to get swept in the first round of a playoff series?
What would that be? What would that move be? Is, look, they're trying to win more than just get in. I mean, that would be you acquire a star goalie, right?
Or
you land on Jake Ottinger somehow. Or,
Jason Robertson.
Yeah, that's the move that everybody wants. This is what that move would be.
Yeah.
Mark in Buffalo is next up. What's up, Mark?
Joe, how are you this morning?
Good.
I said I wouldn't call back in. I was done when they didn't hold ground on Paterka,
but you're back.
There has to be an underlying reason. There has to be. It has to be that Pagula is calling the shots or somebody up above that owns the team. They must want to decimate the team and move the team or sell the team because there's absolutely no way that they're this inept. Now you're going to hold your ground on Bo Byram, whatever. You didn't hold your ground on Paterka. You didn't hold your ground on Eichel. You didn't hold your ground on Ryan O'Reilly. You had that guy from St. Louis they got in the O'Reilly trade. He left $20-some million on the table to get out of this organization. What is wrong? I mean, I'm not a Sabre hater. I've told you guys that. I mean, I'll use that line. I'm one of those old guys. I'm a Sabre lover as much as you guys. But there has to be an underlying reason. There's no way. There's absolutely. Kevin Adams was part of a Stanley Cup organization. There's no way that he's this inept. And Jarmo Kekalainen in 14 years, there's something wrong there. There's something. There's an underlying reason that they're this inept.
All right.
They can't be that dumb.
Thanks, Mark. One thing, they're not trying to. This is not Major League where they're trying to tank the team and then move it. Two, I think you could qualify this as an underlying problem. What's the difference between Bo Byram and all those other situations? There's a couple. One of them is he's not as good.
Yeah.
Definitively. He is not as good at what he does as Paterka or certainly Eichel or O'Reilly.
Yeah.
What I think the Sabres have a soft spot for, I don't even know how this could be misconstrued. They are very sensitive to anybody that doesn't want to play on the Sabres.
And they're
or doesn't want to be in Buffalo.
And they're unwilling to take a chance on a guy to try to prove them wrong.
And the other thing is, that's not being reported about Byram right now. In fact, it's been pointed out from Friedman and other insiders, maybe LeBron was the one who reported this, that no, Byram doesn't want out of Buffalo. Like, that's not why a trade would happen. He just wants a bigger role.
Yeah.
And he feels blocked by Dahlin and Power.
Yep.
And is that the difference? Is the difference that all those other guys, they just didn't believe in what was happening here. So, get him out. You don't believe? Out.
Right.
Byram would be like, oh, no, guys, I believe. I want to play more minutes.
I want more.
I want to play on the power play.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, okay. Well, we'll hold firm on that guy. Like, it's probably all it is. They are very sensitive to anybody that even implies that they don't want to play in Buffalo.
And they need a perfect trade. They need to them.
But not in those other instances, right? Maybe with Eichel. They needed the perfect trade.
But what they do, though, in all of those situations is they wait till it gets to a point where they have depressed the value of that asset.
They didn't do that with Paterka. That was quick.
Yeah.
And there might have been better offers on the table. Maybe Dobson was one of them, and he told you no. But that was fast. That was not hold our ground, let's hold firm. O'Reilly was timeline, right? There was a bonus that kicked in on July 1st of that year, and they needed to do it. They needed to get rid of it now. Eichel's the only one they dragged out, maybe to get the perfect offer. And even that one, if you remember the timeline on that, Eichel was going to go on television because he had enough. He had been hurt in April, and it was October, and he still hadn't had his surgery, so his neck wasn't healthy. He couldn't even work out or whatever. And the season had started. Dude's trying to get back to playing, and nothing's happening on the trade front. So what does he do? He's going to go on television.
Yeah,
he's going to go on ESPN with Butchercross, and what's he probably going to do? He's going to
ragdoll you.
Exactly. Yeah. So the Sabres traded him that morning. That's not a coincidence.
No,
they got pressed and they moved him. O'Reilly, there was a timeline. They got pressed, they moved him. Paterka, they just did it quickly.
Yeah.
Byram is the one that they're dragging out and looking for maybe more of a perfect offer. And I think the key difference is they just want to rid themselves of any situation as fast as possible of a guy that implies through reporting or even says it, like when O'Reilly said that he had lost his love for the game, that no, we can't have that. We can't have that anywhere near the facility. And I just think you don't always have to punt in those situations every single time. Paterka was one of those instances where I don't think you needed to punt.
I think though, I think there's a real scenario where the Sabres say we're not interested in paying this player $7.5 million. In which case, I'd say okay.
And that's what you mean with Byram?
Yeah, no, with Paterka.
Oh, with Paterka, yeah.
Yeah, if they didn't want to pay him $7.5 million and they knew somebody else was going to, and they wanted to upgrade the defense, okay. But like right now, they've waited too long to replace him.
Right.
So now the game of musical chairs, there's no more dance partners. There's no more chairs left.
Yeah.
So now you're sitting there with an asset that you could have potentially moved to get a player to come in and play in your top six on the wing. Now there's nobody left in free. Jeff Skinner's left. How funny would that be?
Sign him. I saw a good chart about Skinner yesterday.
Yeah, great.
803-0550 is the phone number. Alex, hang on hold. We'll try to squeak in real quick. Ross Jackson coming up at 8 o'clock to talk some Saints as we rip through the Bill schedule coming up here on WGR. Cook, though, on that list right now, like determining how good Cook is. Where is he right now on an all-time Bills running back list? How good is he? Is he better? Who is he not? Who is he definitively not better than?
OJ.
He's not better
Thurman.
than OJ. He's not better than Thurman. That's two.
Probably Shady McCoy.
You've got him being better than LaShawn McCoy?
No. I have LaShawn McCoy being better.
Okay. Is he better than Travis Henry?
I would say not. I mean, not by the numbers.
Henry in his first 3 years, most ever.
Yeah. I would say so. Those four.
Henry is one of those guys where I'm young when he's playing, so I remember him being good, but I mean, I'm 9 years old when he's on the team. It's tough for me to remember how good he was considered.
Yeah.
like league-wide, you know? Like, he was a good Bills running back, but was Travis Henry ever thought of as like, oh, this guy's one of the better running backs in football?
The problem is he was in the era of running backs.
Yeah, Priest
Like,
Holmes and Jamal Lewis and
like just great
Clayton
running backs.
Portis.
They mattered.
Yep.
Like now it's kind of like there's 5 players and everyone else kind of doesn't matter.
Right. Which makes it easier for Cook to land 8th on a list like that.
Yeah.
So Henry, is he better than Fred Jackson? Would anybody put him above Fred Jackson on an all-time Bills list? No, right?
Yeah, but that's just because the vibes were.
That's
Fred
more
Jackson's the vibe guy.
Mm-hmm. He was great.
He was
for
great.
What?
3 years?
3. See, again, that's the thing with Cook. We're in this 3-year window
in the bubble,
and it probably ends up only being 4 years. I don't think there's a strong possibility right now that he's here past that. It still could happen. Is he better than C.J. Spiller?
Yes, definitively, I would say.
Definitively?
Yes.
Spiller had 1 monster season.
That's it.
And I will say that 1 monster season is as good as I've ever seen a Bills running back look.
Yes.
He had that year. That's 2012.
He averaged over 5 yards a carry. I mean, it was.
He averaged 6 yards a carry.
Yes.
He averaged 6 yards a carry for a whole season. I'm very excited for training camp. Although I don't really know, this might be the last time we do a show together until we get to camp. I don't know what the main storyline is right now that I would be excited for. Like, what is other than just they're back, everyone's back, football's back, like the single thing there's no real James Cook drama anymore.
Not really.
I don't think. He left the door. They talked a lot about James Cook on the afternoon show yesterday. Like, he slightly left the door cracked open when he showed up to minicamp and said, he wouldn't necessarily say what he would be doing at camp. He just said he would be at camp.
Yeah.
Maybe keeping the door open to a hold-in if there was no contract between minicamp and training camp. I don't think anybody expects there to be a contract between then and now.
I don't.
So does he hold in? Like, I guess that's possible, but I'm not really expecting that.
No, I'm not.
From James Cook.
I'm just kind of expecting there not to be really any drama around it whatsoever.
So what is it? What is the thing at camp that I should be looking forward to other than just camp is back?
Trubisky versus Mike White.
I guess that is a battle.
It's something. I'm not sure it's a battle. You know what I was thinking of the other day was Cole Bishop.
Okay.
He missed most of training camp last year with a shoulder injury. And it put him behind the 8 ball to potentially having a route to being the day 1 starter in front of DeMar Hamlin. And now it kind of feels like he's penciled in ahead of Hamlin?
I think he has to be. And they had Derek Forrest in the offseason who started some games for Washington. But they would want Bishop to start. Welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe. Tyrese Halliburton out for the entire season. That was confirmed by the Pacers. Got injured in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Durant got traded to Houston in a 7-team trade this week.
I'm just happy it wasn't the Knicks.
Seem like overkill?
Yeah.
It, to me, is just a sign that the NBA's got to change all their salary cap rules. Everything's too complicated. If you need seven teams to get a trade done,
the second apron. Yeah, I agree. It's too complicated. They need to do what the NFL does. I think the NFL has the best.
Yeah.
None of by the average. It's yearly. You can move money around. Allow these franchises that want to spend money to spend money.
Right. The other thing I wanted to mention here. Did you see the story about the offensive lineman for Texas Tech? Felix Ojo?
No.
5-star offensive tackle. He's the number 20 overall player on ESPN's 300 or whatever. Yep. Signed a fully guaranteed 3-year, $5.1 million revenue sharing deal with Texas Tech per ESPN, per his agent. Because that's now legal.
Yes.
Like you can just sign with a school, guaranteed money, revenue sharing with the players. This is even a quarterback. Revenue sharing. This isn't Alabama. This is LSU. It's Texas Tech.
Right.
If a tackle for Texas Tech is getting $5.1 million fully guaranteed, we haven't seen a quarterback contract yet in college football. What is that first big quarterback contract going to look like?
It's going to be a lot. 10.
Right. Somebody's going to start Texas A&M, one of these schools that's like big but not really like Miami maybe. Like they have money available. They haven't been necessarily power programs, and now they could do this. I think you're going to see
some numbers go crazy.
Because there's no salary cap in that sport.
Yep.
Or is there? Maybe I'm wrong on that?
They might.
There's an NIL cap. I don't know if there's a cap, though, on all these contracts. 803-0550 is the phone number. Ross Jackson, when we come back, we're going through the Bills schedule. Next up, the Saints, who I think would be the one that everyone would feel the most confident about right now on the Bills schedule. But we'll find out if we should be that confident. Coming up next here on WGR. I'm very excited for training camp. Although I don't really know, this might be the last time we do a show together until we get to camp. I don't know what the main storyline is right now that I would be excited for. Like, what is other than just they're back, everyone's back, football's back, like the single thing there's no real James Cook drama anymore.
Not really.
I don't think. He left the door. They talked a lot about James Cook on the afternoon show yesterday. Like he slightly left the door cracked open when he showed up to minicamp and said, he wouldn't necessarily say what he would be doing at camp. He just said he would be at camp.
Yeah.
Maybe keeping the door open to a hold-in if there was no contract between minicamp and training camp. I don't think anybody expects there to be a contract between then and now.
I don't.
So Does he hold in? Like, I guess that's possible, but I'm not really expecting that.
No, I'm not.
From James Cook.
I'm just kind of expecting there not to be really any drama around it whatsoever.
So what is it? What is the thing at camp that I should be looking forward to other than just camp is back?
Trubisky versus Mike White.
I guess that is a battle.
It's something. I'm not sure it's a battle. You know what I was thinking of the other day was Cole Bishop.
Okay.
He missed most of training camp last year with a shoulder injury.
Yeah.
And it put him behind the 8 ball to potentially having a route to being the day one starter in front of DeMar Hamlin. And now it kind of feels like he's penciled in ahead of Hamlin?
I think he has to be. And ahead of, they had Derek Forrest in the offseason who started some games for Washington, but they would want Bishop to start.
Good morning. Bills training camp just over 2 weeks away. Leading up to that, the NFL is doing their top 100 team. James Cook selected as 89th overall on that team. Cook was also ranked 8th in a poll of 10 NFL executives. He was 8th in the top 10 of running backs in the NFL. Recent poll from ESPN from Jeremy Fowler. Cook still has yet to sign a new deal with the Bills as his rookie contract expires at the end of the upcoming season. All signs still point to Cook being in attendance at training camp in a few weeks. Wimbledon on to the quarterfinals. Yesterday, though, top-ranked player in the world, Jannik Sinner, advances to the quarterfinals with a win, along with number 6-ranked Novak Djokovic. Today, number 5-ranked Taylor Fritz gets things started, facing off against number 17-ranked Karen Khachanov just now at 8 o'clock. And then at 10 a.m., number 2-ranked Carlos Alcaraz takes on Cameron Norrie. Some baseball scores from last night. The Blue Jays win their 9th game in a row, staying red hot, beating the Chicago White Sox 8-4. The Blue Jays now have a 3.5-game lead over the New York Yankees atop the AL East. Elsewhere in action last night, the Boston Red Sox beat the Colorado Rockies 9-3, giving the Rockies their 70th loss of the year. And the Cleveland Guardians beat the Houston Astros 7-5. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
When you see two talented guys just competing, it's fun to see. And I know you guys touched on it. We drafted them super early in the draft. Yeah. And I say that is, I think just because we drafted a quarterback super early doesn't mean you have to push him in there and play. Because I was drafted 24th overall as offensive lineman, and I didn't end up starting until week 4. And I was in and out of lineup my rookie year. So I think it's about development. It's about, who you see fit right now.
That is Cesar Ruiz, guard for the New Orleans Saints, on their quarterback situation. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Nate is in ahead of his trip to Pinehurst in a couple of days.
Get me going.
We're going through the Bills' schedule this week. Talk some Ravens. We talked a lot about the division, so we did decide to skip over the Jets and the Dolphins for now. But we'll have more conversations about them, of course. Week 4, the Bills will host the New Orleans Saints, one of their only Sunday 1 o'clock games of the year, which we know Bills fans love. Ross Jackson, Locked On Saints, does a lot down there in New Orleans, is joining us now on the West Her hotline. Ross, thanks for taking some time out to join us today.
Hey, guys. Good morning. No problem. Thanks for having me.
So, expectation, by the way, actually, before we even start this conversation, Tyler Shuck, or how are we pronouncing the last name now?
Yep, Shuck, like shucking an oyster.
All right. That's kind of where I feel like you got to start with the Saints. So when week 4 arrives, what are the odds for you that he'll be the Saints quarterback? That would be, I'm sure, the start of the year. Is there really any sort of competition with him being a second-round rookie, given that there isn't like a long-time veteran on the roster?
Yeah, look, I think very much that, Spencer Rattler is the more ready prospect between the two. Obviously, Spencer has had a good, 6 games of starting experience last year and everything, and he's, seen more time in the NFL. And if I'm going to throw a guy to the NFL Wolves, if you will, I want him to at least have seen the game before. But even though he's, in my opinion, the better option right now, I think the Saints are going to go to Tyler Shuck pretty soon. I've been pretty convinced that Tyler Shuck is going to be their week 1 starter, and that they're going to give him the opportunity. He's the highest drafted quarterback in the franchise's history since 1971 when they drafted Archie Manning in the first round. He's the first ever second-round quarterback that they've selected in their team's history, and he was handpicked by the new head coach, Kellen Moore. And I think for all of those reasons, you're going to probably see Tyler Shuck pretty early is my expectation. The question is how long of a leash will he have, and how long are they going to be willing to be patient without turning things over to Spencer Rattler if things don't work out pretty quickly.
That fact that you just read there, that they have not drafted a quarterback higher than him since 1971. I mean, a lot of that is Drew Brees, right? Like, he takes away a decade of that. Before that, though, what were the Saints? No shots on quarterbacks ever in the 20, 30 years before Brees?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they were rolling with guys like they had Archie Manning that they turned to. They acquired Aaron Brooks in a different way. They acquired Bobby Hebert. So it was kind of different ways they went about grabbing these players and everything, and so it just kind of worked out for him. Even Dave Wilson was a guy that they took in the supplemental draft as opposed to the NFL draft and everything. And so they just kind of always went this route. And then the Drew Brees era of it all was a free agent edition, and then they moved on from there, continuously taking swings at free agents. Jameis Winston, Andy Dalton, Derek Carr most recently, all that. So this is really the first time that they have gone to the draft to try to find a bona fide starting quarterback.
So on Carr, just to rewind here for a moment, how out of the blue was his retirement? And I don't know, I don't know if there's any hardcore NFL fans that love Derek Carr. I mean, he's been a good quarterback, full-time, 4-time Pro Bowler. Do you feel like he's definitely done for his career? Could this be one of those, he's out for a year, he's out for 2 years, and then maybe there's a comeback?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back. He does seem pretty convinced that he's done, though, and I think that happens. Like, it's one thing to retire. It's another thing to retire when your kids are still at home and, being able to actually spend time with them and throw football with them and all the other things. And so I think that that's a different category, too. And so maybe that ends up kind of, convincing him to, fully embrace the retirement. But, for a player like him, I have a hard time seeing it until I see it. You know what I mean? And so I'll be interested to see if he tries to make a comeback in 26 or something like that. But the retirement part of it was really shocking. I think, though, that we all knew that there was no path forward between the Saints and Carr, and that in some way or another, 2025, he wasn't going to be on the roster. It was the retirement part that was the shock, and then it was the also giving $30 million back off of that retirement that was also a shock. Because I'll tell you, getting to work with Derek Carr over the course of the past couple of years, he's a nice guy. But I didn't think anybody was $30 million nice. That's a very different category of nice. You know what I mean? And so I don't know what exactly went on there, but I think those two things were the biggest surprise out of all of it. But the departure in one way or another was sort of expected.
Ross Jackson with us on the Western Hotline, Locked On Saints. On quarterback, while we're on it still, if it is Shuck right away, how good could it go? I guess. Like, what would the range of outcomes be for you on how maybe what the ceiling could be for him as a rookie, and then also how poorly it could go?
Yeah, I mean, it's the NFL, so things can go extremely well and things can go extremely poorly. You don't know. And so I think no matter what, it goes poorly in Buffalo. I'll say that much. But I think that a big thing for this team is going to be how good is its defense and how good is its run game. Anytime that you have that young starting quarterback, particularly a rookie starting quarterback, you want both of those things churning on as many cylinders as you have available. The question is how many cylinders does this New Orleans Saints team actually have available is the big question mark for me. And so I think that the ceiling is really him, at least that early in the season, being a game manager, operating the offense, and being able to do so in a way that creates, good rhythm, and he's making good decisions. He's giving competent play while the defense and the run game are, giving the most in terms of what it is that's necessary to compete early on in the season like that. But the worst case scenario is that he goes out there and he looks lost. I mean, look, the biggest thing that you're worried about when it comes to Tyler Shuck from a play perspective is how does he handle himself under pressure? He didn't do that very well in college. And so how is he going to do that at the NFL level? Going up against NFL defensive linemen and the NFL speed of defenses. And I think those are going to be the biggest question marks. So I think that the worst case scenario there is that that's where he fails. The best case scenario is that he succeeds there and then manages an offense that can be successful and benefits from its defense.
I think the other thing, too, that's important for rookie quarterbacks or young quarterbacks is having reliable pass catchers. And like you saw after Josh Allen's rookie year, the Bills make a big investment, go out and trade a first-round pick, get Stephon Diggs. Well, the Saints right now have, I think, a really interesting situation, especially when you consider, Chris Olave, the way I think a lot of people view him across the league. He was kind of a hot name when the offseason started as a potential trade target for teams. But I think it was obvious early on that New Orleans intended to keep him. And, we know the injury history and the concussions and everything that kind of goes along with what a great player on the field he is. How much is his ability to stay healthy this year maybe also going to lend to whether or not Tyler Shuck is an NFL worthy quarterback and can remain as the starter all year, and maybe have a conversation about him getting that second year. Like, how much of that maybe hinges on how healthy Chris Olave is this year and moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, he's the focal point of the passing game, so it would be incredibly helpful for that to be the case, and it would mean, it would mean an entire difference in terms of category for Tyler Shuck and what that offense has the opportunity to be if Chris Olave is, healthy. It's part of those cylinders like we were talking about, right? You're either if you're a six-cylinder car with or a six-cylinder truck with Chris Olave, you're four cylinders without him. You know what I mean? And so your ceiling is just simply capped at that point. And so I think that wide receiver is definitely a place where I think the Saints will invest a lot more in 2026, much like how Buffalo invested, like you mentioned there. And I think that the other two players that are going to be most important in that category, too, are going to be Alvin Kamara by giving him sort of that outlet that can turn, those kind of dump-offs into big plays, as well as Juwan Johnson, the starting tight end, who's going to have to be the guy that's operating close to the line of scrimmage, making tough catches, and kind of providing that sort of safety blanket, safety outlet, if you will. I think all three of those guys are going to be really important, but I think obviously the Chris Olave piece to it changes what the floor and ceiling can be for this entire passing offense.
Brandon Cooks, too, they brought him back, veteran receiver that'll be in that room as well. Where are the Saints? Ross Jackson with us, Locked On Podcast Network, Locked On Saints. Where are the Saints in the whole cap jail conversation? I feel like there have been a lot of times where they're a team that's often mentioned as they do contracts a different way, kind of like how the Eagles do it, right? Like how they structure their deals. And I feel like I've always heard it referenced like, well, the Saints are in cap jail. Like that could be a consequence of doing contracts like this. But then I look and see that they've got room right now. So are they kind of out of that, or are they on their way out of that into, years down the road where they'll be able to add around a young quarterback?
Yeah, I'd say they're on their way out of it. I think they'll still start the 2026 season over the salary cap, but we're not talking, $50 to $111 million over the salary cap like they have been in the past. This is a team that doesn't mind, having dead money because they borrow from future years by restructuring contracts and swinging money through and all these other things. But what will happen next year, as they sit currently around $50 to $60 million over the salary cap for 2026, that was the case, and then that $30 million set in, so they're around $20 to $30 million over the salary cap for next year. And right now they have about $26, $25 million that they can try to hold on to as much of that as they can coming out of 2025, which will allow them to roll that money over to 2026. And so that'll put them in pretty close to what I would call their healthiest salary cap situation in a really, really long time is where they'll be, but they won't be clear of the woods just yet. They'll have some contracts that'll end next year that will accelerate some dead money into next year. I'm sure they'll play a couple of post-June 1 games next year as well, but guys like Cam Jordan, Demario Davis, Tyrann Mathieu, Taysom Hill, these are guys that, depending upon what their futures are in New Orleans, could potentially see some dead money accelerate into 2025 or 2026. And so I don't think that they're going to be completely free of the salary cap situation next year, but I do think that they're going to be in sort of their best salary cap situation for, what we've seen from them in the recent past.
Nate just made a face when the name Taysom Hill came up, and I think we both had the same internal reaction, is reminding ourselves as fantasy drafts approach how for the 10th year in a row, Taysom Hill's presence in fantasy is going to be really annoying. But, hey, you could play him. Tight end? What should he be listed at this year, Ross? Tight end?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be listed at tight end again. And I did ask Kellen Moore a couple weeks ago if he was still going to, once he's healthy and out on the field, if he was still going to see action, from under center, whether that be as a rusher or as a passer. And I was given a very quick yes on that. So I think that he will be a tight end, it looks like, but I do think that he'll still continue to contribute for those fantasy owners from a different spot.
Sweet. I look forward to debates with everybody in October when we're yelling about what position he should be eligible for. Last thing for you, Ross, the whole kind of outlook, maybe what fans want in New Orleans. Is there a push, especially given that Archie Manning was there, is there like a desire maybe to see the Saints bottom out this year and find themselves in a position to draft Arch Manning, if that's how it ends up playing out?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. Typically, the fans that I talk to around the city and everything, when I run into folks and everything, it usually kind of comes down to them just sort of being patient and excited to see what could happen with Tyler Shuck and Spencer Rattler and like what could happen with this team this year, but not high expectations in terms of what that's going to end up looking like. And so I think that the expectations are pretty low, but I don't think that people are necessarily looking at this team as a team that needs to go out there and tank and kind of, try to put themselves in position. And I think many of us still aren't necessarily sure if, Archie Manning is actually coming out in 2026 either. And so I think that's another thing that's got to be sort of taken into consideration there by the team in that case is you can't take for a guy when you don't even know if he's going to enter the league. You know what I mean? And so I think a lot of fans are kind of seeing it from that perspective as well and just kind of want to see this team go out there and try to compete. They're excited about the new head coach. They're excited about the new defense. They're excited about the new quarterback situation. a lot of it is about the potential of the team, even though there's a lot of understanding that we might not see the full sort of realization of what the potential of what the New Orleans Saints are or could be in 2025.
And this leads me to my last one, too, for you, Ross, is like with Kellen Moore, like how much patience exists there both from the organization and from the fan base, knowing that it's probably his first 2 years that are going to, like, if they end up better than people think and are fighting for a wild card spot come week 16, week 17 or something like that, short of that, if it is as bad of a year as I think a lot of the league is predicting, like how much patience will this franchise and fan base have for I would say an organization that has been maybe more patient with coaches than just about any. It's not necessarily been a revolving door, but they also have tended to go with people they know, right? And have stayed sort of within the boundaries of who's been in their organization and guys that they trust, Dennis Allen and, coming from that staff that Sean Payton was on, right? So, like, is there this, he's a young coach, he's got a bright future, like, he's kind of the guy for now, but we also expect him to be the guy for later, too?
Yeah, I think that there is going to be a pretty good amount of patience and leeway given here. You got to, that's coming in that just turned 37 years old on the 5th of this month, so just a few days ago. That's coming in to be the youngest head coach in the NFL in terms of active head coaches today, and is really kind of just inheriting somebody else's roster. Like the Saints didn't make a ton of change in terms of moving on from some players and replacing them with new players. They made a lot of additions. But they didn't really change a whole bunch of what the roster is, like you usually see with a first-time head coach who comes in. Remember, like Dan Quinn, arrived in Washington last year, and Washington brought back one defensive starter. The Saints will have mostly their same defense outside of their starting corners and one starting safety going into 2025, the same as they had in 2024. And so I think that a lot of this is they flipped the coaching staff this year. I expect a lot of roster change in 2026, and then you're building momentum probably through 2026 and 2027. And so I think that people are looking at this as sort of a 2-3 year ramp up, and then they'll get the opportunity at that point as an organization to start to evaluate what they really have in Kellen Moore. And this is an organization that's been very patient to a fault, in my opinion, in some cases, held on to Pete Carmichael for far too long, held on to Dennis Allen for far too long. Like this is something that this New Orleans Saints team has done, is be patient and be loyal. And sometimes they've done it to a fault. But I think in this situation, it's the right move when you have a young coach. And I'm sure they're going to be looking to give him a little bit of a runway here to get something actually built for what he wants, as opposed to, kind of inheriting what was left over.
Ross Jackson on the Western Hotline, Locked On Saints, TV down in New Orleans, Locked On NFL. You're a busy man, so appreciate you taking some time out. I'll have to text you on the side about some Devin Neal fantasy questions. Because I'm a sicko like that.
Yeah, let's chat Devin Neal. I absolutely love it. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate you having me on. This is a blast.
Definitely. Thanks, Ross. Ross Jackson, Western Hotline. How many games are they going to win this year? After hearing all
3. I mean, didn't they extend Alvin Kamara again?
But that is because
of
I think how we talked about, like they are in. What did he say? They're $50 million over the cap already.
A bad team.
For next year?
A team that's going to have 3 wins, having to roll over and have multiple June 1st designations.
Yeah.
I still can't believe Kellen Moore agreed to go there.
He might really. I know Ross said like fans are not necessarily all in, everybody on this idea, but if I'm Kellen Moore, I'm thinking about Arch Manning.
Yeah.
I think, as Ross said, like, you don't know if he's going to come out. I think if it's the Saints at number 1, I don't know what the guy thinks about his hometown. All I know is his grandpa played for the Saints.
Yep.
He's from New Orleans.
Yep.
He played high school football in New Orleans.
Yep.
So he, I think, lived there his whole life until he went to Texas.
Yeah.
So, again, I don't want to just assume everybody always wants to stay in their hometown forever, but a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And it would make sense that if the Saints are picking number 1 and he has the one big year at Texas, that he'll say, yeah, I'm coming out because I get to play for my hometown team. And they have a coach that
like.
is pretty
young,
good.
Progressive, offensive-minded, former quarterback. Yeah.
I think that's a match made in heaven. I think the Saints are going to be bad. I think he's from there. He's a hot prospect. The name power, the
to
coach.
me, it's why you play Tyler Shuck right from the beginning, because at the very worst, he is flashy and they win 6 games that they shouldn't have won. And you're like, this is a guy we might want to look to build around, or he's so bad that you can convince everybody he's a rookie. We're going to get through these growing pains. We want to see what he has while also, silently tanking.
Right. I think the biggest thing that I'm focusing more and more on quarterbacks is how do you do with pressure? How good are you at getting rid of the ball? How many sacks do you take?
Right.
What's the conversion rate on the amount of times you're pressured for how often you're taking sacks? And maybe I'm spoiled because we watched Josh Allen, who's like the best ever at avoiding sacks. Tyler Shuck, I think Ross maybe indicated this too, in college was a disaster in that area. He is like when the Bills play the Saints in Week 4, Greg Rousseau's going to have like a 5-sack day, and we're going to look back at his season and go, it's going to be, he had 12 sacks. 5 were against Tyler Shuck.
But I will say this too.
That's going to happen.
It's also, I think, I agree with you that it's probably the most important thing to look at young quarterbacks with because of how good C.J. Stroud was his rookie year. And what was the difference between rookie year and year 2? Year 1, he did a much better job than year 2 in sack avoidance. In year 2, he got sacked a lot. The offensive line was bad. And they crumbled. They looked like a shell of themselves, and it cost Bobby Sloak his job.
Right. Caleb Williams, another quarterback that's got
terrible.
He's got to get better. He's got to get better.
Well, they put together a heck of an offensive line and a coach that can probably put him in better positions.
I think he should get better at it because 68 sacks last year, 466 yards of sacks for Caleb Williams last year, and I think you're going to see a number like that for Shuck. Timeout here. When we come back, Alex, if you hang on hold, you've been waiting patiently. We'll get to you right when we come back. Refire up the James Cook conversation from a little bit earlier. I've got some good Twitter answers on how many running backs in Bills history you think Cook is better than. Because some people think of him, I think, a lot higher than I do. And I like James Cook. I like James Cook a lot. But I don't have him in any sort of Mount Rushmore conversation for
of running backs.
For Bills running backs.
I guess I would agree with that.
Yeah. 803-0550 is the phone number. Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary here on WGR.
They just don't make moves. They don't make big moves.
Or they are moves by a GM that either can't or doesn't know how to make big moves like that.
Yeah.
And it could be the former. It could be can't. But
don't you want to feel like he's trying?
Totally be can't.
To me, it's why aren't they? I want to feel like I see them get rejected in. I want the Sabres offered Ehlers $10 million, and he said no.
I know. That's where I'm not sure everybody agrees with that, but I do. I believe when they
I would give them more benefit of the doubt if it was they were in on 4 free agents. They offered the most money by $2.5 million, and players just won't go there.
When I see that the Sabres were trying to spin Paterka into Noah Dobson of the Islanders, who got Norris votes 2 years ago and just got a $9.5 million contract from Montreal. When I see the Sabres wanted that guy and he told them no, I think good on them for trying.
Yes.
Good on them for going for the big idea and not just going immediately for, I'll take your third pair defenseman, then we're going to put in a bigger role. That's where they end up. So I guess at some point that's what matters, right? But I want to believe they're at least trying to make these impactful moves. And other than that Dobson rumor, you haven't seen anything. I don't know. Did they call on Ehlers? Did they try? Did they offer him something? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say it.
It's weird that I feel like I really would feel better if they were just in the public doing whatever they could, willing to overpay by $2-3 million.
Yeah.
And guys just saying no, it's just we're not interested.
You do see that from other teams.
Yeah.
When Paterka gets dealt, I've seen maybe 4 different reports from other markets about, hey, our team did try.
Good morning. Bills running back James Cook selected 89th overall in the NFL's top 100 team. Cook also ranked 8th in the top 10 running backs by NFL executives in a recent ESPN poll from Jeremy Fowler. Cook has yet to sign a new deal with the Bills as his rookie contract expires at the end of the upcoming season, but all signs point to Cook being in attendance at training camp in a few weeks. Wimbledon is on to the quarterfinals. In action right now, Taylor Fritz and Karen Khachanov. Fritz leads the first set 4-1. Later this morning, number 2 ranked Carlos Alcaraz takes on Cameron Norrie at 10 a.m. And some baseball scores from last night. Blue Jays win their 9th game in a row, beating the Chicago White Sox 8-4. They now have a 3.5 game lead over the New York Yankees atop the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think very much that Spencer Rattler is the more ready prospect between the two. Obviously, Spencer has had a good 6 games of starting experience last year and everything, and he's seen more time in the NFL. And if I'm going to throw a guy to the NFL Wolves, if you will, I want him to at least have seen the game before. But even though he's, in my opinion, the better option right now, I think the Saints are going to go to Tyler Shuck pretty soon. I've been pretty convinced that Tyler Shuck is going to be their week 1 starter and that they're going to give him the opportunity. The question is how long of a leash will he have and how long are they going to be willing to be patient?
Ross Jackson, our guest from last segment on the Saints, the Bills' Week 4 opponent. If you missed that, you can find that on demand. WGR550.com. Tyler Shuck, who all the people that make the little headlines for First Take on ESPN are going to have a field day with all the potential puns with Shuck.
Shuck in the sand.
Even though if you don't...
Yeah.
Let's take a call.
I could be their what is it? What are they called? The Cryans?
Is that what they're called? Like the people who write... Wait.
Chiron?
Is that what they call... What do they
know.
call the tickers at the bottom? It's like
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. This would be a great time to have Jeremy here. Because
Because
Jeremy would know what it is.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I think you got to be over 34 years old to know.
And does Owen, do you know what these are? I don't know.
Because
we don't really have them on our YouTube stream.
The like headlines at the bottom, right? Like, when they got one in the news, it's like...
The ticker?
Yeah,
like
but it's called like a...
It's called something...
Crawler?
Crying. It's like...
Crawler?
No. It's like CHRYRON or something.
I should probably know
you
that.
should,
and I don't.
if anyone.
Chiron. CHYRON.
I knew I was close.
Look at
I've never
Whether
heard
that's
of
how you say it, I don't know.
professionals over here.
Yeah, well.
We're radio.
Yeah, right.
You can watch us on YouTube, though, now, of course. And the chat had it. The chat did have it. Sebastian had it in the chat. So
yeah.
He got it first, I think.
That's right.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Alex has been waiting very patiently on a Sabres thought. What's up, Alex?
Hey, boys. Thanks for having me on. No trouble waiting.
Sure.
I'm going to take a page out of Nate's book today and actually skip the Sabres talk because it's a nice day.
Okay.
And I don't think we need it. The only thing I'll say, which I think is important context when we talk about the Sabres, is that according to ChatGPT, average cap space in the NHL right now is $8 million. I think median cap space is around $12 million. So I just think that's important context, not to defend the Sabres and Kevin Adams, but something to note. Stick to the Bills. First on Concaid, second on Curtis Samuel in the receiver room more generally. With Concaid, I think there's a conversation that he just didn't get enough targets or enough usage, and that's part of the conversation there. But to me, I've been saying this for a long time, Joe. I think you touched on it this week. He just lacks the physical traits of the top tight ends in this league. He's not strong. He's not overly fast. He's not powerful at all. And I just think the eye test is like he can be a serviceable player in this league, but if we're ever expecting him to develop into one of those top tight ends, I just don't think it's going to happen. I think him sitting out of the combine really helped him. I think if he tested, he probably wouldn't have been a first-round pick. And then next, I see a lot of chatter from the media on Curtis Samuel and how he might be on the bubble, a cut candidate, and I don't see that at all. I think he really, really came on strong last year, specifically in the playoffs. He serves a really important role on this team, and people have brought up that Elijah Moore might make him more expendable. To me, that's not the case. I think, if anything, this team needs more guys that could beat man coverage. And at the end of the season, on third down, they looked to Curtis Samuel a lot.
Yeah.
So those are my 2 points.
I think
take it where you will. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Alex, for the call. Samuel, they do have to, I think, create a little bit more cap room, but really, they don't do that by removing Samuel from the roster. There's not a cap. $430,000 is what they save by releasing him.
Yeah,
it's basically the same. So it's
he would have to,
and then you would actually spend more than $430,000 on a rookie contract for his replacement by a couple $100,000. So it doesn't really matter.
He would have to have a disastrous camp, and then someone else would have to be like.
And I don't see that happen. I think he could get injured again.
I think their
top
top
you just put him
five
on
is
IR.
locked. I think their top 5 is locked.
I'm pretty much in agreement with you.
And
it would be very hard for me to see anybody, Shavers or anybody else, removing anybody out of that top 5.
I don't think Elijah Moore is here to compete with Curtis Samuel. I think he's here to potentially compete with Josh Palmer.
Or be depth for Palmer and Coleman, right?
Palmer and Coleman.
Just another guy that could play on the outside
I think there's
regularly.
a real argument to be made he's your second best receiver.
Well, because, Samuel, he can beat man coverage. He did that against the Broncos last year on that long touchdown play where he scores after. But there are plays with Samuel behind the line of scrimmage and using him in motion and using him in ways that you use Shakir.
I think they'll use him more in those instances this year than they did last year. I do think that the turf toe injury really affected him, probably for the first 8 to 12 games.
Yeah, so I don't think there is any part of me that thinks he's on the bubble.
Agreed.
He did get used more in the playoffs. I would expect him to be on the roster and him to be used somewhat. Concaid, I am more and more thinking about him being a Zach Ertz-like tight end. I don't see the physical traits that would make him anything more than that. And that, by the way, is not to say that that's not a productive player. Ertz, you can argue how good he actually was, or he's just a volume guy. But he had 100 targets for Philadelphia 5 years in a row.
Yeah.
And had the one big year with 116 catches for 1,100 yards. And again, I would have never considered him one of the best tight ends in football, because what's the reputation of Zach Ertz? He'll catch a 6-yard pass and fall down, right?
Yeah.
There's literally a Twitter account of, did Zach Ertz break a tackle today? And the answer in the tweet is always, no, he did not. So he doesn't give you that. And I think Kincaid does give you more of that with the ball in his hands. I think he can create some. But, he's not particularly fast.
No.
I think at his Utah Pro Day, he ran a 4.6. So I don't have this elite speed. He, size-wise, height, all right, he's fine. He's not Darren Waller, though. He's not 6'7". And we know he's not built like a George Kittle type guy, because what did the Bills say at the end of the season? They wanted him to put on more bulk, more muscle. And that's for, lasting through the year. So what do I have in Kincaid? I think
it sounds like you just described Kyle Pitts with better PR.
Maybe. But Pitts even has that elite, is supposed to have that elite speed for a tight end that's almost like a wide receiver.
Yeah.
For Kincaid, I feel like what he's going to settle into as a top, if he's going to be a top tight end in the league, is it's going to be in the route running, the nuances of the position. He sits down in soft zones, and him and Allen are just symbiotic on that, type of play, more than, I've got Kincaid matched up on a linebacker, I got to exploit that one-on-one down the field. I don't think that's Dalton Kincaid.
Well, let me ask you this. What's his best case scenario this year in terms of pecking order? Is it second?
Well, best case is he's first.
I don't think that's bad. I don't think
you don't
he's
think it's
first.
possible?
I don't think he'll ever be first with Khalil Shakir on the team. I think Shakir is your number one guy.
Ooh, I would bet Shakir is their leading receiver, but 76 catches for 821 yards and 4 touchdowns. I think Kincaid can top that. That's Shakir last year. You don't think Kincaid can top that? I think that's gettable. Unless you think Shakir is going to elevate from those numbers.
I do think Shakir elevates from the numbers because I think he showed more towards the end of the season, and they showed that he was kind of their best deep threat too. It wasn't just the guy they were throwing screen passes to. He started to stretch the field.
There was a little of that. He had a play against the Rams game. He had a play like that against the Ravens.
And the Rams.
On the opening drive, there was a Rams play, the wheel route down the sideline. So there was a little of that. But I think Concaid could be a player where, this is where I don't think he's ever going to be an elite tight end, because the elite tight ends, they could put up 1,000-yard seasons every year.
Yeah.
I think Concaid will have 1 or 2. I think he'll get to 1,000 in his career, but I would not expect him to do it regularly.
Would you say, though, that if he was going to get 1,000 yards, that this would probably have to be the season if he's going to do it in Buffalo?
I don't know. That's where I'm willing to be patient with him on that, because I do think the typical route for tight ends is they do take a little bit of time. And there are a lot of examples of players that even in their third year don't really pop off.
Yeah.
And then they kind of figure it out after the fact. Guys that went in the first round. I'm thinking of Evan Ingram for this. Evan Ingram, actually, if you look at his career, I'm looking right now, it was like his 6th year before he finally popped.
Yeah.
When he got to Jacksonville. Is Eric Ebron another good example of this? Like first-round pick that kind of started a little slow.
Those guys were also with bad quarterback play.
I mean,
and then
Ebron
got to good
had,
quarterback play, and then he looked better when he finally had a good quarterback.
Ebron had Stafford. I mean, that's not like the worst.
Yeah.
It was his 5th year where he finally went for 110 targets, 750 yards, and 13 touchdowns.
Was that in Pittsburgh?
That was in Indy. With 2018 Indy. Is that Andrew Luck?
That's Andrew Luck.
Maybe the last year of Andrew Luck, or one of the last years. So, sure, I'd like to see it this year from Concaid, because every year that passes, you would think it's less and less likely that he'll ever turn into that dominant tight end.
Yeah.
I would tell you right now, I'm already writing him off for ever being a dominant tight end. I think he could be a really good one for a long time, but I guess I would be surprised without the elite speed, without the elite size, if he ever becomes like first-team All-Pro, Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Trey McBride level. Like, this is one of the best 3 tight ends in football. My bet would be he's always just a little bit below that, which could be fine, by the way. Like, you would pay that guy. I think if he's the 6th best tight end in football for the next 10 years, you would give that guy an extension.
I think so.
I would.
I would think I'd like to see them use him in the screen game less.
I definitely agree with that. There's a lot of him in the screen game.
Or if not, just not the slip screen
a lot more
game or the bubble screen game. Like, if you want to get him the ball like the Chiefs get Kelce the ball with those like mid screens behind offensive linemen, where it's not like I have to break a tackle, but instead I've got lead blockers. Them using him like Concaid or like Shakir is sometimes very weird to me.
803-0550 if you want to get a quick call. And we've got Ed McGrogan coming up from the Tennis Channel at 9 o'clock. Talk some Wimbledon. He's also a huge Bills fan, so we'll get his thoughts on training camp and the upcoming season. When we come back, the new quarterback season is out on Netflix, and Kirk Cousins had a little bit of a revealing comment about his time in Atlanta, which, by the way, is still ongoing. He's still a Falcon, even though he doesn't want to be. A little of that when we come back here on WGR.
They just don't make moves. They don't make big moves.
Or they are moves by a GM that either can't or doesn't know how to make big moves like that.
Yeah.
And it could be the former. It could be can't. But
don't you want to feel like he's
can't
trying?
Totally be can't.
To me, it's why aren't they? I want to feel like I see them get rejected in. I want the Sabres offered Ehlers $10 million, and he said no.
I know. That's where I'm not sure everybody agrees with that, but I do. I believe, like, when they...
I would give them more benefit of doubt if it was like, well, they were in on 4 free agents. They offered the most money by $2.5 million, and players just won't go there.
Like, when I see that the Sabres were trying to spin Paterka into Noah Dobson of the Islanders, who got Norris votes 2 years ago and just got a $9.5 million contract from Montreal. Like, when I see the Sabres wanted that guy and he told them no, I think good on them for trying.
Yes.
Good on them for going for the big idea and not just going immediately for, I'll take your third pair defenseman, then we're going to put in a bigger role. That's where they end up. So I guess at some point, that's what matters, right? But I want to believe they're at least trying to make these impactful moves. And other than like that Dobson rumor, like you haven't seen anything. I don't know. Did they call on Ehlers? Did they try? Did they offer him something? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say it.
It's weird that I feel like I really would feel better if they were just in the public, doing whatever they could, willing to overpay by $2-3 million.
Yeah,
and guys just saying no, like it's just we're not interested.
Like you do see that from other teams.
Yeah,
like when Paterka gets dealt, I've seen maybe 4 different reports from other markets about, hey, our team did try. Cook, though, on that list right now, like determining how good Cook is, where is he right now on an all-time Bills running back list? How good is he? Is he better? Who is he not? Who is he definitively not better than?
OJ.
He's not better
Thurman.
than OJ. He's not better than Thurman. That's 2.
Probably Shady McCoy.
You've got him being better than LaShawn McCoy?
No. I have LaShawn McCoy being better.
Okay. Is he better than Travis Henry?
I would say not. I mean, not by the numbers.
Henry in his first 3 years, most ever.
Yeah. I would say so. Those 4.
Henry is one of those guys where I'm young when he's playing. So I remember him being good, but I'm 9 years old when he's on the team. It's tough for me to remember how good he was considered.
Yeah.
Like league-wide, like he was a good Bills running back, but was Travis Henry ever thought of as like, oh, this guy's one of the better running backs in football?
The problem is he was in the era of running backs.
Yeah, Priest Holmes and Jamal Lewis and
like just great
Clayton
running backs.
Portis.
They mattered.
Yep.
Like now it's kind of like there's 5 players and everyone else kind of doesn't matter.
Right. Which makes it easier for Cook to land 8th on a list like that.
Yeah.
So Henry, is he better than Fred Jackson? Would anybody put him above Fred Jackson on an all-time Bills list? No, right?
Yeah, but that's just because the vibes were.
That's
Fred Jackson's the vibe guy.
Mm-hmm. He was great for what?
3 years?
3. See, again, that's the thing with Cook. We're in this 3-year window
in the bubble,
and it probably ends up only being 4 years. I don't think there's a strong possibility right now that he's here past that. It still could happen. Is he better than CJ Spiller?
Yes. Definitively, I would say.
Definitively?
Yes.
Spiller had 1 monster season.
That's it.
And I will say that 1 monster season is as good as I've ever seen a Bills running back.
Yes.
He had that year. That's 2012.
He averaged over 5 yards a carry. I mean, it was.
He averaged 6 yards a carry.
Yes.
He averaged 6 yards a carry for a whole season. You watching the, or are you going to watch the quarterback documentary, new season? Kirk Cousins,
no.
Joe Burrow, Jared Goff?
Nah.
All right. Well,
I've started to sour on Joe Burrow a little.
On Joe Burrow?
Yeah. I feel like he's an unbelievable player. I
He's
think
cool,
the
right?
fourth. I don't think he's that cool.
He drives a Batmobile.
I don't think he's that cool.
Well, the key to being cool is that you're not trying to be cool.
And I feel like he tries to be cool.
He's trying to be cool?
Yeah. Also,
I think I understand that a little bit. I still think he's pretty darn cool, but his nickname is Joe Cool.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know.
Well, anyways, if you're not watching it, some of the clips, of course, and comments are going to make it out anyway. Kirk Cousins revealed on the documentary, quote, if I had that information around free agency, them drafting Michael Penix, it would have affected my decision. I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams were going to be drafting a quarterback high. So, like, not even just I would have gone somewhere else where I could have started. It's
I would have stayed in Minnesota.
You made me leave my home in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And if it was the same situation, I just would have stayed there.
Yeah.
So, Atlanta.
Hindsight's easy for him to do now, though.
That's true, but
neither of them really wanted each other anymore in Minnesota.
That's probably right. Maybe Minnesota would have brought him back the way they had Darnold. I mean, he would have started last year if McCarthy gets hurt, and he would have had a big year.
Yeah.
He was coming off torn Achilles. Maybe he wouldn't have had a big year, but he could have. Now, though, for him, this kind of it's making me think of our Sabres conversation from earlier. How at the first instance of you might want out, the Sabres get rid of you.
Yeah.
Atlanta, this guy badly wants out.
Yeah.
He
thinks
tried
he can
to
still
meet
start.
with the owner. He wants to play somewhere. He wants to be traded. And Atlanta's like,
nah.
No, you're ours. You're going to be our backup quarterback.
Yeah, we're paying you.
Yeah. You're not going anywhere. And listen, that's tough on the player.
Yeah.
Especially in this instance because in hockey, everybody gets playing time. In this, Cousins might never play again on that contract if they just want to hold him as the backup.
Right.
But he's a Falcon. And as badly as he might want, he wanted to go to the Giants, right?
Yeah.
Because they had an opening. As badly as he might want out, Atlanta's just like not letting him. He is stuck there.
Maybe it changes next year, but at what is he 40 then?
Kirk Cousins. He is 36 right now.
Okay.
He'll be 37 at the start of the season.
He could start somewhere next year.
His age 38 season.
He could start somewhere next year.
It'd be
Probably
tough
Pittsburgh.
though.
Probably Pittsburgh.
I mean, they'd be getting four years younger at the position.
Right.
Pittsburgh. They're just going to go round and round, aren't they?
Yep.
They're the new Colts. The Colts had like a different starting quarterback every year for 6 years. That's the Steelers now.
100%.
Because they're going to have a different next year, right?
Yeah.
Different starter. Kirk Cousins. He is good on these documentaries, though, I've seen. But one last thing on this. It's less for me, it's Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins. I'm not interested in the players. It's more, there is such an oversaturation of sports documentaries right now.
Yeah.
That I don't know how much bandwidth I have for. There's an F1 documentary and a golf documentary and listen, Hard Knocks is coming. I gotta save my bandwidth for Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be watching that because the Bills are featured. So I don't have room to pick up another football documentary right now.
Don't have room for you.
Maybe I'll watch a little of it, see if it's good. But
yeah, Hard Knocks coming up. This is going to be the first year I'm going to really actually be invested in it.
Right. You'll watch every second?
Yeah.
I'll watch every second. Yeah. Time out
Probably
here.
Twice.
When we come back, Ed McGrogan from Tennis Channel, big Bills fan. He's got some thoughts on the Bills. Also, Wimbledon, the storylines that are happening even as we speak right now. Sabalenka, the number one player on the women's side, is down 3-0 in games. And I believe that is live in the quarterfinals. So we'll talk to Ed about that side of the bracket and the men's side of the bracket and the Bills when we come back here on WGR. I'm very excited for training camp. Although I don't really know, this might be the last time we do a show together until we get to camp. I don't know what the main storyline is right now that I would be excited for. Like, what is other than just they're back, everyone's back, football's back, like the single thing there's no real James Cook drama anymore.
Not really.
I don't think. He left the door. They talked a lot about James Cook on the afternoon show yesterday. Like, he slightly left the door cracked open when he showed up to minicamp and said, he wouldn't necessarily say what he would be doing at camp. He just said he would be at camp.
Yeah.
Maybe keeping the door open to a hold-in if there was no contract between minicamp and training camp. I don't think anybody expects there to be a contract between then and now.
I don't.
So does he hold in? Like, I guess that's possible, but I'm not really expecting that.
No, I'm not.
From James Cook.
I'm just kind of expecting there not to be really any drama around it whatsoever.
So what is it? What is the thing at camp that I should be looking forward to other than just camp is back?
Trubisky versus Mike White.
I guess that is a battle.
It's something. I'm not sure it's a battle. You know what I was thinking of the other day was Cole Bishop.
Okay.
He missed most of training camp last year with a shoulder injury.
Yeah.
And it put him behind the 8 ball to potentially having a route to being the day one starter in front of DeMar Hamlin. And now it kind of feels like he's penciled in ahead of Hamlin?
I think he has to be. And ahead of, they had Derek Forrest in the offseason who started some games for Washington, but they would want Bishop to start.
They just don't make moves. They don't make big moves.
Or they are moves by a GM that either can't or doesn't know how to make big moves like that.
Yeah.
And it could be the former. It could be can't. But
doesn't it don't you want to feel like he's
can't
trying
totally be can't.
To me, it's why aren't they I want to feel like I see them get rejected in I want the Sabres offered Ehlers $10 million, and he said no.
I know. That's where I'm not sure everybody agrees with that, but I do. I believe, like, when
I would give them more benefit of the doubt if it was like, well, they were in on 4 free agents. They offered the most money by $2.5 million, and players just won't go there.
Like, when I see that the Sabres were trying to spin Paterka into Noah Dobson of the Islanders, who got Norris votes 2 years ago and just got a $9.5 million contract from Montreal. Like, when I see the Sabres wanted that guy and he told them no, I think good on them for trying.
Yes.
Good on them for going for the big idea and not just going immediately for, I'll take your third pair defenseman, then we're going to put in a bigger role. That's where they end up. So I guess at some point that's what matters, right? But I want to believe they're at least trying to make these impactful moves. And other than like that Dobson rumor, like you haven't seen anything. I don't know. Did they call on Ehlers? Did they try? Did they offer him something? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say it.
It's weird that I feel like I really would feel better if they were just in the public doing whatever they could, willing to overpay by $2-3 million.
Yeah.
And guys just saying no, like it's just we're not interested.
Like you do see that from other teams.
Yeah.
Like when Paterka gets dealt, I've seen maybe 4 different reports from other markets about, hey, our team did try.
Good morning. Bills training camp just over 2 weeks away. Running back James Cook was selected 89th overall in the NFL's top 100 team. He was also ranked 8th among running backs in a top 10 poll for NFL executives conducted by Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. Cook still has yet to sign a new deal with the Bills as his rookie contract expires at the end of the upcoming season, but all signs point to Cook being in attendance at training camp in a few weeks. Wimbledon is on to the quarterfinals. Today, number 5 Taylor Fritz is currently in a match against number 17 ranked Karen Khachanov. Fritz is currently leading this match. Later on this morning, too, at 10 o'clock, Carlos Alcaraz takes on Cameron Norrie at 10. Baseball scores from last night. Blue Jays win their 9th game in a row, beating the White Sox 8-4. They now have 3.5 game lead over the New York Yankees atop the AL East. Elsewhere in baseball, the Red Sox beat the Rockies 9-3, giving the Rockies their 70th loss of the year. And the Guardians beat the Astros 7-5. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
What's it like to play on centre court in front of you-know-who?
Well, it's probably the first time he's watching me and I won the match. The last couple I lost, so good to break the curse. No, it's great, obviously. Great to have Roger, huge champion and someone that I admired and respected a lot. We've shared the stage for so many years, and it's great to have him back in his most successful in his favorite tournament, no doubt.
Novak Djokovic comes back to win in his match yesterday. He continues. He is the second favorite right now on the betting odds to win on the men's side at Wimbledon behind Carlos Alcaraz. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Morning. It's cloudy. Going to be a nice day, though. Low 70s and sunny. On the Western Hotline now, Ed McGrogan from the Tennis Channel, who we've had on in the past, big Bills fan as well. Ed, are you in England?
I am in New England. How about that?
New England.
I'm watching grass tennis, but it is not at Wimbledon. Not to go too deep into the woods, but there's what I would call like a AAA event in Newport, Rhode Island. So I'm over here actually covering that and Wimbledon at the same time. But it kind of feels like I'm in England in a way.
Yeah. Eugenie Bouchard, I just saw on your Twitter, was at Newport. So a couple of big names maybe at that tournament. So keeping up with Wimbledon, we'll get to some Bills as well with you because I thought to bring you on. You were tweeting about our conversation from yesterday about the 1 seed and whatnot. But to start with the tennis and to start with Wimbledon, there's Djokovic there speaking. He comes back to win. At 38 I always tie him together, as everyone probably does, with Federer, Nadal, all kind of playing in the same era. Is him playing this well at this age, is he starting to separate from the other two just on that part of it, the longevity?
You could see him. I sort of can see how Djokovic's end game goes here. He is more susceptible to injury. There is the slowdown that Federer and Nadal both had. But it was, to your point, a little more stark with Roger and Rafa. And I think this does give, there's a big conversation, there always has been, about who is the tennis men's GOAT. Roger, Rafa, Novak, they all have their backers. They all have their hardcore fans. And I think, especially if he is to, bag another slam here, maybe even at Wimbledon, it's, kind of another feather in the cap of the Djokovic camp there. He really struggled at the beginning of this year. He wasn't even winning matches really, and I thought, this could take a downturn in a pretty severe way. But right before the French Open, he won what was his 100th career tournament, a pretty small event. But that got him going. He had a very nice Roland Garros. He even pushed Sinner there. And what he's doing now is what he's done for essentially his whole career. He is peaking at Wimbledon. And it would be still a stretch, perhaps, to beat Alcaraz or Sinner, which I'm sure a lot of listeners maybe got their first real looks at during the French Open, considering that final. But, Novak's kind of playing with house money right now, and that's a very dangerous thing, especially for a player who, throughout his career, has done his best when he's kind of doubted, really.
Yeah, him going back and forth with Alcaraz a couple years ago is how I discovered Alcaraz. That match was unbelievable. On that GOAT conversation, is that just relentless in tennis? Is it like 3 Michael Jordans who all existed at the same time and everyone's got their guy?
It's it's so unique because they all more or less peaked and played at the exact same time. Federer finished with 20 slams. Nadal 22, Djokovic 24, and for a little bit of a time, they all had 20 at the very same time. So not only is it this, it's not this artificial debate where you're comparing eras, which is really the biggest hang-up in a lot of the sports GOAT conversations. They were quite literally all playing that level at once. So it's something that I think even a lot of Federer and Nadal fans have conceded to Djokovic. The longevity, the quantity is just there. I think everybody's going to have their favorites. I mean, I was a rabid Roger fan. That's kind of how I got into the sport in a big way. But I obviously, understand and see just how much Djokovic has done. So I think that's, you're talking earlier about what the biggest stories are for Wimbledon. And certainly where, if we get this rematch between Alcaraz and Sinner, is going to be a major highlight. But I think the biggest story really is, can Djokovic, at perhaps one of his last great chances, get this 25th slam? And I think, that's going to be just as significant as anything else that could happen at the All England Club.
Ed McGrogan with us on the Western Hotline Tennis Channel. You mentioned him running into Alcaraz, though, or even Sinner. Would you think that if he does play either one of those, that, especially Alcaraz, that he would fall short?
I mean, I think he's clearly he's a clear underdog in those matches, despite his history at this tournament. Alcaraz and Sinner right now, they're peaking as well, which is a problem for him and pretty much everybody else in the field. I think a good way to illustrate it was yesterday. Sinner was down 2 sets to Grigor Dimitrov, and he escaped after Dimitrov had to retire, of all things, with an injury. And I looked up the money line that at the end of the second set, where Sinner's, again, down 2 sets, he's only plus 100, even down 2 sets.
Down 2 sets?
5.
Wow.
Yeah, down 2 sets. He was still almost minus money for the money line. Wow. That's how impressive these two are and how much they've separated from everyone. So Djokovic, I think, the proverbial thing, kind of has to play the match of his life. The thing against him that was so helpful for him for so many years is it's best of 5. He would have to take, the 3 sets against either of these two guys. And that, for so long, was Djokovic's calling card, is he could outlast anybody in this extended format at the majors for the men. So, I wouldn't count on it, but I would love to see, him have that, because I think he would throw everything he could at it. This and, you could say the U.S. Open are his chances. It remains to be seen. He hasn't mentioned anything about retirement, but you could certainly kind of read the tea leaves that this feels like, really the last chapter of his amazing career.
And the new chapter for, maybe you'll tell me that I should put Sinner in this category too, but Carlos Alcaraz being only 22, do you feel like he is well on his way to having a career like the 3 that we've been talking about, Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic?
He's a bona fide, clear number 1. He's number 2 in the rankings right now, behind Sinner. But what I would say is that to put him where I'm going to say he's going to get 15 to 20 majors, you can't say that about anybody, even Carlos Alcaraz right now. That's a leap too far to go. But if you do look at the trajectories of where he is, I think he is. I think as his slam count at his age, he's essentially on Rafa's pace. He would just have to, again, have the longevity that these guys did, and that's almost as unlikely as the talent that they showed. Is in a sport where it's played from January to October. It doesn't really end ever. They were just relentless at the top. So Alcaraz has impressed me and really everybody else so much with how much he's done in such a quick amount of time. To say that he's absolutely going to ascend to that level of them is a lot to ask, but it's fascinating to watch because, I think he has some qualities of all three of those players. And that, I think, is why he's become so captivating so quickly.
Ed McGrogan on the Western Hotline. What about on the women's side for Wimbledon? How much air did it take out of the sails of the storylines and the potential attention maybe that side got when Coco Gauff and Jessie Pegula went out as early as they did?
Yeah, I was obviously going to bring up Jessie with the audience here. That was a really, really not a great match from her in her first rounder, which is a bit surprising in her career. She's really been a bigger tournament, bigger match player. This year, she's actually been very good outside of the slams, has titles on all three surfaces, nearly won Miami, which is one of the, I'd say the fifth or sixth biggest tournament on the calendar, but she's really struggled to all the slams. And this Wimbledon loss, was a really, it was under an hour. It just did not look like her at all. She also came off a French Open loss to a player, Louis Boisson, who was ranked in the 300s, kind of caught fire. Even Boisson even made the semifinals. But Jessie just hasn't had that run at the slams. The U.S. Open is where she'll obviously try to go, defending her finals points there. And then for Coco, this was this was just like the first 2 days were historically ridden with upsets. Coco was, coming off the French Open win. I think where we are at this point is just, it feels like it is anybody's tournament to win. But if you look at the draw, I mean, there are still some massive names in the women's event. Now, Sabalenka is currently trailing in the first set of her match right now. But I picked Iga Swiatek to win this for the first time before the tournament, and I think things could be shaping up for her as well. So despite that, day one, day two carnage, which it was widespread, and losing Coco, especially to a U.S. viewing audience at this time of year, like Wimbledon, I say this about tennis a lot, Wimbledon benefits so much from the U.S. sports calendar having essentially nothing on right now. I'm thumbing through the guide, and it's like there's regular season baseball, there's softball, we're itching up for Little League World Series. Everything else has kind of gone by the wayside. Tennis really does get its moment, I would say, almost even more than the U.S. Open, and to lose Coco that early, a tough blow, I think, to those audiences, but it's still a very strong tournament where we are now.
Yeah, we cannot wait for training camp. That's the point in the calendar that we're at. I said something earlier, maybe this was yesterday, about how Coco and Jessie Pegula going out kind of took, especially for me, I'm watching the women's side right now, but those are the two that I'm dialed into the most. And a listener passed along Mira Andreeva. There's an 18-year-old that's also in the women's side too that maybe is someone that's worth following.
So she could be, I'm not going to compare her to Alcaraz or Sinner, but I think the breakout young star potential is if this becomes the tournament she wins. So Mira Andreeva, a teenage player from Russia. She won the Indian Wells tournament, which is, I would say, the biggest tournament after the majors this past year. And she has kind of that young firepower and has really competed admirably with Sabalenka, with Swiatek, with players like that. So that's, if you're talking about your underground tennis knowledge for the very casual fan, Andreeva is someone that I don't think too many people who, unless they follow the sport, are going to know that well, but she has a tremendous chance to reach the final, actually. She is playing tomorrow against Belinda Bencic. That's a veteran player, but it's a very winnable match for her. Iga and Andreeva is probably a likely semifinal. So I think, you definitely want to watch her game. Just it's a very powerful game and just really still coming into its own. But someone that I think if she plays, let's say, a Sabalenka in the final, that's probably your most hard-hitting, contentious match that could come of the women's draw right here. Iga and Aryna Sabalenka have a huge rivalry of their own, but I think a lot of people like in the tennis world are waiting for Andreeva to have that massive Grand Slam breakthrough. And I think the caller makes a good point there.
Yeah. Before we let you go, I want to get your thoughts on this Bills season. You tweeted at me yesterday because we were talking about the importance of the regular season, and for some it's not. Like for some it's just get me to January, whatever it is, and let's see how the cards fall. For me, man, the 1 seed is the thing they have not done, and yesterday we really realized, putting it on paper, the difference in your path to the Super Bowl, whether you have it or not. So, I don't know, for you, this Bills regular season, how invested, how important do you think it is for them to wrestle that 1 seed away from Kansas City and Baltimore?
So I love when you put that up, because I've said the same thing about the 1 seed. That is, it's the obvious thing that they haven't done. I feel like we're in 2022 again, and I get that because you're coming off of a year where Josh makes a huge leap. So 2021, that's, of course, the 13 seconds a game. Josh has that ascent. The team, consensus title contender. I think the vibes are pretty strong there. So, I feel like we're back at that path. And that was actually one of my favorite seasons to watch. Now, we know how that ended with Hamlin and then the Cincinnati game, but kind of remember how that season started. I think they played the Rams in the opener after the Rams in the Super Bowl. After that, there's a couple big games. I think they flattened Tennessee. They get a regular season win over Kansas City. They started incredibly well. They end up finishing 13-3 too. And the point I raised on your tweet, which was, if everybody else didn't see it, it's the Bills essentially have to get through 2 of 3 of KC, Baltimore, Cincinnati all the time because they cannot get this 1 seed. And when I look back at that year, I think of that Minnesota game, which I was at, of course, and that's that, improbable 38 things had to happen, and they all happened, and they lose that game. And if you have to make a bit of a stretch here, but if they win that and things play out the way they do, they get the 1 seed. And I think from there, it's obviously the chances are greater. Anything can happen there. So I think this year, to me, the regular season is important still. In other sports, there is just so many games. They still do matter in a 17-game season. And I think, to get that one, and, if you want to play the easy schedule card, certainly the Bills probably have some advantages over other teams. But I think they know it too. I feel like it has been an unspoken thing for a little while, but I think it's being more vocalized too a bit. I think even McDermott and Bean have mentioned it. I think that 1 seed's vital. And, the last year, the stadium too, you add all that in. I'm excited for that part of it. And I think they all know this is, again, one of those moments where try to strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, I really think it's set up for them. It's the schedule point, and part of this is the schedule point, but I just don't feel like there's any real threat to the Bills in their own division, and I feel that way about both the others. I think Baltimore is going to have Cincinnati to deal with, maybe Pittsburgh. I don't think Pittsburgh, but some do. And then I'm starting to fall for Denver a little bit, and I know the Chargers actually are the team that gets more hype, but Denver's got a roster. Their defense is good. It's just going to come down to how good can that quarterback be. So either way, though, Broncos, Chargers, you would both rank them above, I think, either of the Dolphins or the Patriots. So the division slate sets up well. I just feel like this is the year that it all kind of falls together. Schedule, division, their road opponents are super easy. I think the Bills kind of, if they're ever going to do it, it feels like it's got to happen now.
I think I was saying earlier, they might. What are the odds the Bills have a better road record than a home record at the end of this year? It's in play, considering just where they all are. I think they have 4 or 5 at home to start, but it really does. And I think we'll see it right away. I think if the urgency is there off the top, it's not like they're not going to. I'm not saying they're tempering things as they start the year, but The other thing is if you can build that kind of cushion early, then you are potentially able to, ease a little bit by the end. You're catching Philly week 17. I know that was a bizarre scheduling slot there. So I think there's a lot in their favor that can, go this way. And I think it just, it is one of those things where I think the regular season, in kind of an odd way, does matter so much to their postseason hopes.
You're going to get up to the stadium this year for the final season?
This year, we are going to bring my son James to his first game. I think that was going to be the red and blue practice, actually.
Okay.
When we get their preseason, I will definitely be up for Tampa Bay in November with my Buffalo Loaded crew. And then, obviously, do the preseason, do the regular season, got to do the postseason, too. So
Nice.
I'll be up there a couple times.
Nice. Tampa will be a good game. I think the Bucks are pretty good. But also the Bills will be favored, I'm sure, by a lot in that game. Ed McGrogan on Twitter, if you want to follow him there, that is his handle at Ed McGrogan. And a lot of good stuff, of course, throughout Wimbledon here. So thanks, Ed, for coming on, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks. Get Nate to talk some tennis sometime, too. Get him back on.
Definitely will. Thanks, Ed.
Thanks.
Wimbledon, by the way, right now as we are talking, Sabalenka is down 5-2 in her first set, number one seed on the women's side. And they are, 5-2. Thought it was the end of a point. In favor of Siegmund, who is that's the German tennis player that Coco Gauff went off on last year because she takes forever to play. Like every point is like a full minute getting ready before she ends up, serving. So that match is going on right now. Alcaraz is playing, I think, at 9:30. So 10 o'clock. Thanks, Josh. And he's, to me, the biggest draw in the whole thing right now. 803-0550 is the phone number. Revisit our James Cook conversation from earlier. We never really did fully rank him. Where's he rank? All-time Bills running back list. I don't think he's on the Mount Rushmore or even in that conversation. Thurman, OJ, Fred Jackson, and who's the fourth? If you would even give me Fred, who's the fourth? Could it be LaShawn McCoy?
I'm worried. I wonder about the longevity, though.
It was 4 years, right? Like, that's actually more than a lot of these guys. It's more than McGahee. It's more than, it's the same as Travis Henry, and he was more productive through that fourth year. So, yeah, I hear you, but there's not many guys that go longer than 4 years.
Right. I mean, how long are you looking to get out of a running back for them to be great? I think McCoy was awesome when he was here, and
first 3 years he was great.
Like, it was
that fourth
super
year
fun.
was pretty tough. 3.2 yards per carry, 500 yards.
Right. He did fall off a cliff.
But the first three were great.
Those were, I mean, there was nothing else going on. Like, that was the shady show.
And does he get extra points for, like, he's definitively is he the best player on the team that breaks the drought?
Gotta be, right?
Maybe Micah Hyde is better.
Hyde was...
All right, best player on that side of the ball. He was the best player on offense when they broke the drought, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of says a lot about that team and why, maybe they were a little lucky to get in because their running back was their best offensive player. But, I've got the yards. I've got 4 years. I've got breaking the drought.
He's also like a he speaks very highly of the team now.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Super loves Josh Allen. So should that matter? I don't know. Maybe not, but it kind of does, I think.
Sorry, this is also my my youth getting to me where Cookie Gilchrist has to be in the top four.
Oh, yes.
He or Joe Cribbs. Like, you gotta respect the history of the team.
Yeah, sorry, everybody.
Cookie Gilchrist had 31 touchdowns in 3 years for the Bills.
That's insane.
It's 2-time first-team All-Pro, 1-time second-team All-Pro in those 3 years. It was only 3 years, but
I mean, but
McCoy,
we just said that about McCoy.
Right. McCoy's fourth year was 500 yards and 3 yards a carry. I almost don't even want to count that.
Doesn't matter.
So, Gilchrist. Maybe Joe Cribbs, but it probably the conversation would be between those two. if we're doing a Mount Rushmore for the Bills running backs.
McCoy led the 2017 Bills in touchdowns, by the way.
Yep.
Eight total touchdowns, 6 rushing, 2 receiving.
Yep. I might put him 5th or 6th. Not 4th, though. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. Welcome back. It's a Tuesday. Hopefully the sun comes out. I believe it's supposed to. We got new lighting in here and different camera angles. That's good. The having the lights too. When you walk in, you think I'm going to be staring at these things all day. It's going to give me a headache, and you just don't notice them after 2 seconds.
Didn't make you hot or anything? I was worried about making you guys hot in there.
No. I mean, this room is 85 degrees when we walk in the first place, so it can't do much. So this is our idea. Do you got a siren? So this is a test right here. Let's say it's got to be big news. Like a Bo Byram trade.
Yeah.
Let's say we're gonna practice together. Everybody, this is a drill. This is just a drill. Bo Byram has been traded. There we go. Flashing lights like it's a home run in Major League Baseball. They do that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're really stepping up the game over here at WGR.
Go.
We're not messing around now.
We got some. We definitely have some. We have some different effects as options now.
Visual effects.
I was disappointed when there were no colors for me to no party mode, disco mode.
I mean, we could just invest in like a strobe light in here or
those LED strip lights that the 3M strip that
the people have in their dorm rooms and stuff.
Yeah, I had those. Did you guys not do that?
I did not. I have those around the back of my TV.
Yeah.
The back TV lights, yeah.
Does it sync with the screen?
It can. I don't have it do that because it could be distracting. But yes, you can sync it with the audio from the TV. I just keep it on one solid color usually.
Yeah, just a backlight.
I do often, depending on the game I'm watching, I like to match it up with whatever I'm watching.
Ooh, like blue and gold Sabres game, sort of a thing.
Yeah, or when I was watching the NBA Finals and it was at the Pacers arena, I had a yellow backlight.
Yeah,
because the court is yellow and the fans are yellow because it's just an app. You just change the color pretty easily.
Yeah.
That's a new trend I've seen a lot of.
I've seen the one
TV
where
backlights.
the scene in Rogue One from Star Wars where Darth Vader lights up his lightsaber. I've seen that specific scene with the lights that follow what's happening on the screen. And it looks incredible.
That's pretty cool. I've seen a lot of people put those lights in their cars now too. They do internal sort of fancy lighting in their cars, which is an interesting move.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
So Bo Byram did not get traded, by the way. That was a drill. So he has not been traded. We were talking about in the break. I had a buddy of mine text me a trade idea involving Byram that I'm kind of in love with, but it's not perfect. In fact, it's maybe one that a lot of people would hate. Owen might hate it. Bo Byram. And, I think I'll have to look. Maybe he had something else involved there, like Roseanne or something nothing crazy. There's no Benson or anything in the deal. Byram and a pick to Pittsburgh for Brian Rust, who I think is still on the trade market. He's 34, 30 goals last year, but he's 34. And then my buddy also included in that deal Erik Karlsson. Now, that name is going to trigger a lot of opinion, and he's 35 years old, and you're probably thinking, what on earth do I need Erik Karlsson for? I don't. The Sabres need to be tougher to play against, right? Yes. Here's why I kind of can't stop thinking about the idea of Erik Karlsson is, one, I think Pittsburgh just wants out of that, right?
Right.
They just want to dump it. They have a huge cap hit. It's $11.5 million cap hit. It's a monster.
So much money.
Here's where the Sabres would love it. It's an $11.5 million cap hit for Erik Karlsson this year. His base salary, what you'd have to pay him, is $1.5 million. That is a Sabres contract. That is $11.5 million cap hit. They would get to the salary cap and not spend almost anything to get there. And the player, you could easily get value out of him. No, he is not going to make you tougher to play against at all in terms of physicality or even his defensive game. But he's a right-shot defenseman. If you trade Bo Byram away, put Carlson up with Dahlin. I don't know what kind of relationship they have. They both have played on the Swedish national team. They both just played the Four Nations together. You probably would need Dahlin to get him to waive his no movement clause. Do some recruiting?
Weren't they paired at the Four Nations?
I think a little bit.
They played a little bit together, but I mean, Dahlin barely played there, so they didn't.
So you pair Carlson with Dahlin, and he's terrible in his own end. He will never be in his own end.
Right.
He won't be in his own end the whole season playing with Dahlin. They will have the puck 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, you put together a pair of guys like that on that level of mobility plus puck movement and puck skills.
It'd be filthy.
You'd be playing Harlem Globetrotters hockey out there, but it would be awesome to watch.
Yeah, I'm not telling you he'd be good defensively.
No, it would be catastrophic defensively.
But I would never put him with anybody else. But just take him from Pittsburgh and do them a favor. Put him with Dahlin. You'll never have to worry about it. You'll never have to worry about him being soft or being in his own end. He's good. He's riding shotgun with one of the best defensemen in hockey. They're never going to be in their own end.
Yeah. How many years are left on that Carlson deal? Is it 1 year?
Yeah. 1 year.
I'd do it.
Your problem is the rust side.
I was about to say, I kind of like the Carlson idea more than I like the Rust idea. I don't have a lot of faith that a 34, 35-year-old Brian Rust is going to follow up a career best season with another season that comes close to that. This is the first time he scored above 60 points in his career last year.
That's right. First time he scored 30 goals also.
So you think he's peaking now, or do you think he had 1 year where he probably played more than he should on a bad team and scored more?
Do I need to get 30 goals and 65 points out of him, or can I get what I've had 6 years in a row, which is 20 goals? 6 straight 20-goal seasons. And I'm not telling you he'll do what he did last year, but can I get 24 goals and 50 points out of him? Because to me, I don't love the player either. And the age I hate. But I also don't expect the Sabres to land anybody in their top 6 that is better than him.
That's really the question. I've fallen on this Byram situation to. I would love to see them move Byram for a top 6 forward. That's the only move I'd like to see them make with Byram. I don't want futures. I don't want another defenseman, really. I think they've added enough there that somebody will be able to play next to Dahlin if it's not Byram.
Yep.
I think.
Because right now it would probably be Samuelson.
Right, which.
Nobody wants to see that.
But, I mean, we're talking about putting the essential corpse of Erik Karlsson on his pair. So, anybody can kind of function next to Dahlin.
Sure.
But with Rust, you're hoping to get the same production of Peterka with even worse defensive numbers. And if your plan to replace Peterka is worse Peterka, and you've got to move out in a borderline elite defenseman to do it, I'd rather just hold on to the elite defenseman at that point. If I'm hoping for an old guy to hopefully almost match the production of the guy I just traded away, I'm out. I don't need that. I'd rather just be bad, because you'll be bad again because you got Russ coming out. Like, he's going to be gone. It's over for him.
That's where I don't agree with that, because I just don't think that the Byram asset is maybe that valuable in the first place. It maybe is becoming evident of that. I don't know what's out there. Is there a second-round pick and a prospect? Are teams even offering first-round picks? We know the Sabres don't want that.
I mean, I can't wrap my head around why Byram wouldn't have value for people, other than people think they can get one over on the Sabres.
That, or I do think the NHL is smarter than it was 10 years ago. I think there were 5 to 7 GMs 10 years ago that didn't have a clue. They just, Peter Chiarelli's of the world. Jay Feaster is somebody that comes to mind for me in Calgary. There were other names that I'm trying to think, but Dean Lombardi, was he the Kings GM?
Yeah, Kings guy.
There were some bad GMs. Chuck Fletcher, Ron Hextall. I mean, there were some dopes running the sport. Now, I think the league is smarter, and I wonder if it is smart enough that everybody's on the same page on Byram. That everyone would look at him and go, yeah, 4th overall pick, can skate really well, decent size, stayed healthy last year, put up some points, but we all have a lot of numbers that point to he is not that great without Dahlin or Kel McCarr.
Right.
And if we don't have a team acquiring him, doesn't have Kel McCarr or Rasmus Dahlin,
which he doesn't want them to have.
Right.
Byron.
Exactly. It's got to fit with he needs to be the top guy.
Right.
And the team acquiring him might go, well, anytime he's been the top guy and not the second guy has been when problems have come up.
Right.
Sabres went on a 13-game losing streak last year when he was the top guy. And I wonder if it's tough. They're having a problem finding a team right now that doesn't know that.
Yeah.
That doesn't know that, no, he was only great last year when he was paired with Dahlin.
I hear you, but then you also, like, Cody Ceci got a $4.5 million contract.
That's another good point.
Like, what do we? Who's smart enough to do that?
So what you're saying is they should have got on the Kings before they
maybe
they signed a couple of guys.
There's horrible decisions being made every day in the NHL.
That's true.
You just, I think a lot of teams think you're going to be like the Sabres are going to be the team that makes that decision.
Yep.
And I think part of it's that, and you just gotta. Maybe that's why it takes so long, is that they have to go, listen, we're not letting you run one by us here. Like, you need to give us a real trade offer.
Sure.
And, like, that could be a factor. I don't know. You got to hope that you can get something for that guy, because that's a valuable asset in the league, I think.
You know, I'm looking at a list of GMs right now. We got to take a break, get to Extendo. Like, who's the new dope in the NHL GM world? I keep looking at Chris Drury's name.
Yeah.
I keep looking at Chris Drury's name.
Yeah.
I don't know that he knows what he's doing. That thing is falling apart in front of him in New York.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's that bad. Oh, LA, you're right. It was LA. Ken Holland.
Oh, yeah.
Old school. Way past him by. But they signed their 2 defensemen.
Right.
So they're done. 803-0550 if you want to get a quick call in and extendo. We'll wrap things up, get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up on WGR.
They just don't make moves. They don't make big moves.
Or they are moves by a GM that either can't or doesn't know how to make big moves like that.
Yeah.
And it could be the former. It could be can't. But
doesn't it don't you want to feel like he's
can't
trying?
Totally be can't.
To me, it's why aren't they? I want to feel like I see them get rejected in. I want the Sabres offered Ehlers $10 million, and he said no.
I know. That's where I'm not sure everybody agrees with that, but I do. I believe, like, when
I would give them more benefit of the doubt if it was like, well, they were in on 4 free agents. They offered the most money by $2.5 million, and players just won't go there.
Like, when I see that the Sabres were trying to spin Peterka into Noah Dobson of the Islanders, who got Norris votes 2 years ago and just got a $9.5 million contract from Montreal. Like, when I see the Sabres wanted that guy and he told them no, I think good on them for trying.
Yes.
Good on them for going for the big idea and not just going immediately for, I'll take your third pair defenseman, then we're going to put in a bigger role. That's where they end up. So I guess at some point, that's what matters, right? But I want to believe they're at least trying to make these impactful moves. And other than like that Dobson rumor, like you haven't seen anything. I don't know. Did they call on Ehlers? Did they try? Did they offer him something? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say it.
It's weird that I feel like I really would feel better if they were just in the public, doing whatever they could, willing to overpay by $2-3 million.
Yeah,
and guys just saying no, like it's just we're not interested.
Like you do see that from other teams.
Yeah,
like when Peterka gets dealt, I've seen maybe 4 different reports from other markets about, hey, our team did try. Told me about a rumor from the fourthperiod.com, which, hit or miss, but who isn't? Tying the Sabres and Mason McTavish together. This player is 22. He was 3rd overall in 2021. He's a center, but he's also played wing. 22 goals, 52 points last year for Anaheim.
Do you remember the goal where Zegras flipped it over in front of the net?
He scored that?
McTavish is the one that scored that goal.
I would have never been able to tell you who scored the goal. I knew Zegras obviously passed that puck, but... All right, they want Byram. Anaheim. Byram wants to be a top defenseman on the power play. Who does Anaheim got? They've got a good young defenseman named Jackson Lacombe. They've got Radko Gudas. That's kind of it. Unless I'm missing somebody obvious. They have Jacob Trouba. None of those guys, though, are going to do what Byram wants to do. So, all right, Anaheim. Give him a call. The U.S. men's national team lost the Gold Cup this week to Mexico. The World Cup is next year. They did not bring any of their starters. Or they brought like a couple. It was like Tyler Adams, Diego Luna will probably end up playing for the U.S. in the World Cup next year, but
I think they found their new goalie.
Maybe they found their new goalie. Vibes are just bad with it. Always, right? They're the Sabres, right? The U.S. men's national team in soccer, aren't they the Sabres? Where we get hopeful.
Lots of promise.
We always get hopeful and then splat. Never. Except in this case, you only have to wait every 4 years.
Matt Freese, by the way.
Doesn't hit you over the head.
Matt Freese is the goalie I was talking about. He kind of just showed up in the Gold Cup and played pretty well for the most part, that I saw anyway. Better than Matt Turner, in my opinion. Much better, anyway.
Yeah. So next year for the World Cup, I just was reading about Lionel Messi might not renew with Inter Miami and stay in the MLS. Could go to Saudi Arabia. They're getting a lot of players. So this quarterback documentary, very quick before we get to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. There's a clip circulating of Joe Burrow after the Bengals beat the Titans in Week 15, 37-27 in Tennessee. And apparently the Bengals had jumped off sides like 8 times, false starts in this game, like really sloppy game. They were playing a bad Titans game. They won by 10. And Zach Taylor, this is the end of the game. He comes over to Burrow and says, hey, way to finish the day. Great drive to finish it. And Burrow, and he goes to Burrow, I know it's frustrating, and before he continues, Burrow goes, embarrassing performance by us. Bleeping embarrassing. Taylor, we'll address it, but at the same time, let's enjoy some of these wins. Bleep that. Burrow. And then they keep going back and forth. We sucked today. That was embarrassing. Like, Burrow's hot. They just won on the road to stay alive in the playoff race. And he's, like, I don't know that you want that all the time. That kind of sounds like the reputation that Diggs had. You know? Like, over-the-top perfectionist, if that's one way to put it. I look at that, though, and go, I want a guy like that in my building. Even after a win, to demand better. Sometimes, though, you can go too far, and I don't know if Burrow's doing that this year. Maybe Diggs did. But I like a little of that. I like a little of the coach, the coach coming over and be like, oh, great job today. And you're like, we stunk. I don't care what the scoreboard says. We need to be better than that. I think that's good leadership from Joe Burrow. The clip makes me like him more. Might be why I don't want to watch this thing, because I don't know if I want to like Joe Burrow more. All right, that's it for us. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, 6 a.m. on Wednesday here on WGR.